Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Kosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield, and then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Dan sa ngwan mai maka ku mabunzir ma ku tulan nan ka na bo na ran nan shamma to so sum zar ku ya lor ngoma yirum de to koblan dan sa ma sai ku no mi wa bo ta kobshi amma dan bala kobo sai ku no malorin yan kwa ka braban branin yin shel tin yar ta awa ma de tana ku sura na wani ta ma fa zan titi na ma anya lor ku you shall be a kai when you look at your lure, you shall not have a palabra much as I have. Hammer Palur Mapulo. So, Uncle Mapleton, my lures or I can cut it down cover. The mirror I made tabo, them I think you were down in Yapma, cut it down Yapma. Matonqua, Matavan a bit fool. So, Cataracha got the Benzrama, Cardason is a yellow belatity.
Kosmos Innovation Center and MasterCard Foundation continue to impact the lives of young people in Ghana, creating youth employment opportunities for a brighter Africa. Here are some selected KIC businesses being supported under the KIC and its partners, including the MasterCard Foundation.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and a co-founder lead for Just Go Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield targets. So it was really sad moment, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we're taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem.
Please go back to the
And it's not only the fertilizer problem. They also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide
bring it down a bit.
We did our research. We added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program,
on the label needs to show.
I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research. We were exposed to a lot of people.
This is fine.
We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers.
there is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of AgriMecab reached out to me about what he was doing here at AgriMecab, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
My name is Bright Etekwa. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Kosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohort. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers used children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents asked them to come and scare the pest-based on the field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take care of those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on education.
Cedi Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agritech Food Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Kosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we use it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step would be the packaging. Cedi Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
My name is Abraham Anania Musin, the headmaster of Cape Coast School for the Deaf and Blind. We've been participating in the Blue Skies Farm project, and last year's competition, we worked so hard that we were the second runner-up for the GHS session, and the most committed school to won that award as well. And one of the awards, personal awards, was won by one of our teachers, Mr. Emmanuel Abiu. And during the project itself, the children were engaged because the aim is to make sure that they get to know how to farm, and then they can take it up depending on wherever they find themselves after school. So we inculcated that into them. They participated, and then they worked so hard. And while the program was going on, in fact, we did pepper, and what we realized from the pepper was we have to sell some and then use the proceeds too. And because the boarding school, some of the people went to the kitchen for them to use to cook for the children, and then we sold some. The impact has been that the children have acquired their skills. They are still in the process of farming and doing other things.
My name is Naomi Annan. I'm in class 6. My favorite subject is mathematics and English. Last year I was part of the farm, but it did not affect my disability. In future, I will apply all the cultural practice, spraying, watering, weeding, and all the cultural practices. I will apply them in future. So now agriculture has helped me more. So in future, I'll work on the farm to help me earn more money.
Grow for Me basically is an input and commodity financing, aggregation and trading platform. What that means is that we raise capital from multiple sources to provide farmers input for production or to buy their harvest and enable them to sell at a very good price. And then we in turn aggregate and sell to off-takers, which could either be local processors, market women, or exporters. And we're excited to tell you our story. My background is agric engineering. I have an MPhil in that field. I ran a fintech before Grow for Me for 7 years that basically processed payments for businesses, churches, and other organizations. And whilst I ran my fintech company, I always wanted to figure a way to combine agriculture and fintech. And that's how we actually started Grow for Me. And in the process of doing input financing, we realized that there was a bigger problem, ready markets for the farmers. So we built the Grow for Me micro aggregator platform within the trade department to enable us help farmers to sell, get paid instantly, and allow off-takers to buy. Why we really preferred KIC was the network to resources and partners internationally that can enable us scale our business and impact many farmers, particularly women.
I joined Grow for Me 2021 after my service, and Grow for Me has been a good company working with. They've helped me a lot because after my service, I didn't know where to, so I sent my application and I went for an interview. They accepted me. They sent me to Asitware. At first, when I came, I was a bit nervous, but as time goes on, I was able to work with the farmers, and for the first production, we got like 80% of our rice recovery.
We are into the groundnut value chain. We convert groundnut into a number of products. Part of our products are groundnut paste, groundnut oil, groundnut powder, groundnut chips, and many more. So until we met Kosmos Innovation Center in the year 2021, our business was at a very low stage. That's because we had just both resigned, together with my co-founder, had just resigned from our jobs and decided to pursue entrepreneurship as our profession. Kosmos did not only groom us, Kosmos did not only give us a clear understanding of entrepreneurship. They did not only empower us, but they have also given us exposure. Today we are proud to say that Demipel is a name that at least 50% of people in Tamale have heard of and are waiting to see. Currently, Demipel has a monthly production capacity of about 6,000 kg worth of granules, and we look forward to scale up to be able to meet the increasing demand.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Cosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield. And then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Lor man yet to ala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye lor ate ye lor la sa ashele den sa adi ngwan ma yima ka ku ma ban zir ma ku tulan nan ka na bo na ran nan shamma to son sum zar ku ya lor ma yir be to problem Sa ma loro sora kana kata down ko. De mira ma ta'abu da ma tan yibe down da nyab ma kata down nyab ma. Ma ton ko ma ta'abu ne der fune. So kadra cha kata banzira ma karda sonnon
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Accra region, and I saw this challenge, Kosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially the Zongo communities, just like myself, just that they should try and think outside the box. Everything is possible. Just try something. It's amazing to be able to create something for your people.
My name is AIA Amin, the marketing and co-founder lead for Just Go Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield target. So it was really sad moment, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we were taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide component to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Me green pepper and cucumber. I say green pepper and cucumber 3 years in Fumi and Sunny. Me use inorganic fertilizer and I made 3 years. But each children will be a children say fertilizer do organic fertilizer. The dindi asasi Adrian and I'm called Toby. Miss I say use asasi Adrian no. But someone see any na who difference a womb. Man who say see I'm a plant and it me a sweet a mammy yabi a chance and na me use in.
My name is Mary Cherena. I'm a co-founder of Team Kigo Agro Company Limited. We have started our team through a UBIS. So we form our team through the KIC Classic orientation. So we meet each other at the orientation ground and we're able to form a team. And during our market research tour, we started with groundnut paste. So, but during our market research, we realized that groundnut paste was not anything innovative that we are adding to our product. So, we did research on most of the groundnut paste producers and also the groundnut farmers. So most of them were complaining that there is high demand of the groundnut paste, but the raw materials are not available. So we visit some of the farmers to find out why these groundnuts are not available in the market. So they give us a story like there is hardship and labor intensive during the harvesting of groundnut. That's why most of them don't like going into the groundnut farming. So Kigo Agro came together and said, why won't we develop an implement that will help to solve this problem, this challenge that our farmers are facing? So we sat down to bring an idea to develop a simple machine, which is this one, that will help uproot groundnuts effectively to reduce the labor that farmers, the labor intensive that our farmers went through.
So far, groundnut uprooting is very difficult. Plucking it is very difficult. Cracking it is very difficult because when you uproot it and the rain is still coming, you are likely to get infested groundnuts, molded groundnuts. And this infested molded groundnut can lead to aflatoxin infestation, which is a carcinogenic chemical. So if we are able to come out with this harvesting machine, then we are indirectly just killing these aflatoxin problems. And I think in the near future, the groundnut farmers in Upper West can confidently export groundnuts with ease.
So for me, KIC MasterCard Foundation, they are doing a great job. And I think that this is a very innovative approach. Over the years, I'm very conversant with the agricultural sector. Okay, I've done consultancy work for a number of NGOs within the agricultural sector. And if you look at the approach that KIC is bringing, it's completely different from what others have done in the past. This one, we are looking at developing the youth, training them, building their capacities to think unconventionally, okay? So that we can actually extend the frontiers of agriculture in Ghana so that it becomes more rewarding. Because what KIC is also doing is they are changing the narrative, okay? Now, when you talk of agri, everybody sees a poor farmer with a hoe and a cutlass tilling a piece of land. And you see, when we perceive agriculture that way, it's not really encouraging, motivating for the youth to go into it. But KIC is changing that narrative. That look, the agricultural value chain is very long. You can come in at any point. And you may probably not even have visited a farm before, okay? But you are involved in agriculture. So KIC is changing the narratives and then, redefining, agriculture and making it attractive for young people to take that step.
I want to say a very big thank you to KIC, Kosmos Energy, and MasterCard Foundation for prioritizing gender equality for me to become a business owner.
I met KIC when I was in school, and maybe I was writing an exam when someone came with a flyer that there is a program out there, people are out there who want to support young entrepreneurs. And since from my childhood, I've been yearning to be an entrepreneur, especially in the agri sector. So when that opportunity came, I said, okay, let me give a chance, a try. And I applied and they called me for an interview. I went through the interview and I was successful, and a whole lot. I was able to meet a great team that we came out with this product and we formed a team by name King Tractor. We went through a lot of challenges and finally we brought out this product. Our machine is going to help my community in a diverse ways, many ways, and one is creating jobs. Because this machine, if we are to operate, we will look for the fabricator people to buy the materials from, all that. We are creating jobs for them, and the flour and all that. And also, it's going to help the smallholder farmers a lot, because looking at in Upper West here, during the farming season, it's difficult to plow their lands, especially my community. So machines like tractors have to move from down south to Upper West, and like that, the queue is always so long for farmers to till their land and farm and also get the rain some more. But like this one is very affordable, and anyone can manage it. As a lady, I can manage and I can operate it.
It's a fantastic move by KIC, and it's, apart from supporting the agri sector, it's also going to encourage or enhance productivity, enhance industrialization, particularly young ones. Now the youth that came out with this, it is going to be an encouragement. There are a whole lot of people around who have these small ideas, but sometimes the funding, they are not able to get the funding. So if KIC is able to come out this way, I think this is just the beginning. I want to believe. I think more of this are going to come in, and when they identify these people, I mean, they support them. In the long run, I mean, the shortfalls that we have in the industrial sector, agri and all that, I think gradually will cover up on that.
Cedi Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agritech Pro Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Kosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we used it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step will be the packaging. Cedi Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of AgriMecab reached out to me about what he was doing here at AgriMecab, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
I was finding a job and someone connected me to AgriMecab. So it was a 3-month contract, and after that I'm now a staff here. So right now I'm on a project lead, which is Hibibwa, which have been assigned to help the women, rural women, to do a vegetable garden.
My name is Emmanuel Akwa, and I have a background in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology, with a postgraduate training in plant breeding and genetics. Now, my experiences have allowed me to come to the conclusion that agriculture is actually the best way to break into having a successful life. And just by cultivating the black soldier fly alone, I've been gainfully employed for a full year. Now, what I have learned over this process is invaluable, and actually you cannot get it within the halls of the university. So to my young brothers and sisters out there, going for agriculture is actually a more reliable way of doing well in life. Come join us.
We've been using the larvae for the fish feed preparation. So the time we started, we've been using other products or other feeds, but they've been giving us improvement though. By the time we've started with the larvae, we've seen more improvement. Especially we do weigh every month. So the time we were doing the other products, that's the other prepared feed, we are getting 0.2 kg, 0.3 in a month. But as we started with the larvae, we've been getting 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 in a month.
I am Zikiru Shaibu, the Managing Director of AgroCode Ghana Limited. AgroCode Ghana Limited is into post-harvest loss management through advisory services, energy efficient and cost-effective cold chain management solutions and market linkages to actors along the fruit and vegetable value chain. We support smallholder farmers, market women, students, people living with disability, as well as institutions who are in the fruit and vegetable sector. So the company began through the KIC initiative, where we joined the classic competition and we made it through the pro. AgroCode officially is registered 5 months now, but we've come far with our achievements. We've been able to secure partnerships with institutions, to secure land acreages to support farmers, as well as storage rooms at this site that I'm standing in terms of supporting smallholder farmers and actors along the value chain. We operate in KIA, University of Cape Coast campus, as well as Manchester. But our main headquarters is found here at KIA, where we are at our operational area where we train farmers and introduce them to the technology. So if I should take you through the impact with KIC. So I started as a graduate assistant at the University of Cape Coast, where my focus was more on the research and findings. Then I also have passion for using agri-tech technologies like drones and smartphones. So I saw the KIC challenge as an opportunity to participate and improve on my skills, and it was worth it.
I met AgroCode through KIA Agri Department. Wabena was one you want to overcome, but I wama equafo. So wabaka one but I my junior day. My kano obobo emi kwenyima metum my ejumani ye na me ejuma so obobo mo memfaso wo ba chen kwanso ebotumi afa de ye si na azo efu ye the breaks my ye the yan dana na ye the baby ebotum ye si na azo no so my father me the ye ejuma mo farm me fum na me start no me hun de nsonson ya bambra me to mazo mezugo na bra mezugo breaks in the mono, men and Sonsoni Bebre.
My name is Nyadije Skajavis. I'm a co-founder and at the same time the human resource manager at AgroCode Ghana Limited. So I basically joined the Kosmos Innovation Agri-Tech Challenge for 3 reasons: to connect, to explore, and to also learn. So after joining, I've realized that I've been able to manage my finances as a person, because before joining, I was into selling of popsicle, pastries, and other stuff. I didn't know how to keep my books right. But after joining and the training that we went through, when I go outside, I realize that I'm different from my colleagues, because we can all have the same degree, but what makes you different from your colleague out there is about the innovation aspect of like a person. So being part of this team has really helped me to be, bring out the best in me as a woman and also connect with people.
My name is Ali Haruna. I process tomatoes into tomato paste. We started doing the processing of tomato paste. We have a lot of challenges in it, especially the quality and the taste. We realized that when the farmers bring their produce from the farm, because of the lack of transport, they will not bring it at the right time. So we realized that the shelf life of the produce will reduce. So we came in contact with this new technology that will help us another methods. When they harvest the produce from the farm, they will put it inside there before getting the transport and then bring it to the house. So this new technology have helped us to improve the quality and the taste of our tomato paste.
My name is Bright Etekwa. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Kosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohort. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers used children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents asked them to come and scare the pest-based on the field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take care of those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on their education.
My name is Nadia Ali. I'm the Program Officer for Kosmos Innovation Center for Ashanti region. So I work in partnership with KBI on the KNUSC campus. We're implementing the Agri-Tech Challenge from KIC, where we bring young people together to display their agri with technology ideas in solving issues around the globe and especially around the country. We especially encourage young girls to participate. Their participation is key because empowering a woman empowers the whole nation.
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Ahafo region, and I saw this challenge, Cosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. KIC being so wonderful, they were able to train me very well, like the mentoring, the capacity building, like the resources, the guidance. They train me everything. It's just amazing, and through their help, I was able to make it. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially the Zongo communities, just like myself, just that they should try. They should try and think outside the box. Everything is possible. Just try something. It's amazing to be able to create something for your people.
I'm very happy to be chosen as one of the electoral areas which has benefited a lot from this Awampare institution, which is helping the youth to grow in agric and also to get job doing.
Sannu ku da zuwa da Ali Sisi Farms, sunana Ali Adam. To, muna godiya da taimakon da wanga organization Awampare ya bamu a cikin ayyukanmu da muke yi. Sun zo muna da mutane ayyuka da suka training su already, sun ba su training suka zo suka kama muna wanga aiki. Shi yasa ya bar ayyukanmu da muke gani bai tafiya da kyau, yanzu mun gan ci gaba a ciki. Shi yasa muke musu godiya da ayyukan da suka zo suka kama muna kan muna yin kifi nan ga, muna yin catfish, muna yin tilapia, muna yin kaji, muna yankawa, muna sa costo ga shanaye, muna sai over 100 cattle cikin shekara. Kaji kuma muna sai more than 3,000, muna yanka wasu, muna sai wani kuma da ransu haka nan. Shi yasa da suka zo suka kama muna, mun gan ci gaba cikin ayyukan nan. Shi yasa muke musu godiya, Allah ya taimake su cikin ayyukan da suke yi. Allah sa kuma mu dace. Muna son kuma workers nan more, don yanzu mun fara yin abincin kajin nan da na kifin nan kuma yanda za a bari community nan kuma su samu jin daɗi da walawa a cikin wannan community.
Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Kosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company, or the KIC, through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5, and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield, and then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Lor man yeto wala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye lor ate nye lor la sa ashele den sa adi ngban ma yima ka ku ma bunzir ma ku tulan nan ka ne bo na ren nan shamba to so sum zar ku ya lor ngo ma yirum bete koblan den sa ma sai ku no mi wa bo ta kobshi amma dang mala kobo sai ku no ma lor yan kwa ka bra ban bra ne ye shel ma tin yar ta wa ma de tana ku sura na wona ta ma pa zan titse na ma anya loro ko yu shel bian kai ban ye loro ko ka tin ye loro ko yu shel ma ta ma fa le ba ma ta za ha ma san pa loro ma fulo to dan pa loro ma fulo to ma loro sora kana ka ta dan ko de mi ra ma ta da ma tin yi be dan da nyap ma ka ta dan nyap ma ton ko ma ta ne der fulo to ka dra cha ka ta ban zira ma kar da son nan je yela de la titi.
Kosmos Innovation Center and MasterCard Foundation continue to impact the lives of young people in Ghana, creating youth employment opportunities for a brighter Africa. Here are some selected KIC businesses being supported under the KIC and its partners, including the MasterCard Foundation.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and co-founder lead for Just Go Company Limited.
So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield targets. So it was really sad moment, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we're taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide component to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of AgriMecab reached out to me about what he was doing here at AgriMecab, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
My name is Brighter Tekwa. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Kosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohort. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers used children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents asked them to come and scare the pest-based on the field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take up those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on education.
Cedi Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agritech Food Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Kosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we use it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step would be the packaging. Cedi Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
My name is Abraham Anania Musen, the headmaster of Cape Coast School for the Deaf and Blind. We've been participating in the Blue Skies Farm project, and last year's competition, we worked so hard that we were the second runner-up for the JHS session. And the most committed school we won that award as well. And one of the awards, personal awards, was won by one of our teachers, Mr. Emmanuel Abiu. And during the project itself, the children were engaged because the aim is to make sure that they get to know how to farm, and then they can take it up depending on wherever they find themselves after school. So we inculcated that into them. They participated, and then they worked so hard. And while the program was going on, in fact, we did pepper, and what we realized from the pepper was, we have to sell some, and then use the proceeds too. And because the boarding school, some of the people went to the kitchen for them to use to cook for the children, and then we sold some. The impact has been that the children have acquired their skills. We are still in the process of farming and doing other things.
My name is Naomi Annan. I'm in class 6. My favorite subject is mathematics and English. Last year I was part of the farm, but it did not affect my disability. In future, I will apply all the cultural practice, spraying, watering, weeding, and all the cultural practices. I will apply them in future. So now agriculture has helped me more. So in future, I'll work on the farm to help me earn more money.
Grow for Me basically is an input and commodity financing, aggregation and trading platform. What that means is that we raise capital from multiple sources to provide farmers input for production or to buy via harvest and enable them to sell at a very good price. And then we in turn aggregate and sell to off-takers, which could either be local processors, market women, or exporters. And we're excited to tell you our story. My background is agric engineering. I have an MPhil in that field. I ran a fintech before Grow For Me for 7 years that basically processed payments for businesses, churches, and other organizations. And whilst I ran my fintech company, I always wanted to figure a way to combine agriculture and fintech. And that's how we actually started Grow For Me. And in the process of doing input financing, we realized that there was a bigger problem, ready markets for the farmers. So we built the Grow For Me micro aggregator platform within the trade department to enable us help farmers to sell, get paid instantly, and allow off-takers to buy. Why we really preferred KIC was the network to resources and partners internationally that can enable us scale our business and impact many farmers, particularly women.
I joined Grow For Me 2021 after my service, and Grow For Me has been a good company working with. They've helped me a lot because after my service, I didn't know where to, so I sent my application and I went for an interview. They accepted me. They sent me to Asichari. At first, when I came, I was a bit nervous, but as time goes on, I was able to work with the farmers, and for the first production, we got like 80% of our rice recovery.
We are into the groundnut value chain. We convert groundnut into a number of products. Part of our products are groundnut paste, groundnut oil, groundnut powder, groundnut chips, and many more. So until we met Kosmos Innovation Center in the year 2021, our business was at a very low stage. That's because we had just both resigned, together with my co-founder, had just resigned from our jobs and decided to pursue entrepreneurship as our profession. Kosmos did not only groom us, Kosmos did not only give us a clear understanding of entrepreneurship, they did not only empower us, but they have also given us exposure. Today we are proud to say that Demi-Pearl is a name that at least 50% of people in Tamale have heard of and are waiting to see. Currently, Demi-Pearl has a monthly production capacity of about 6,000 kg worth of granules, and we look forward to scale up to be able to meet the increasing demand.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Cosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield. And then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Lor man yet to wala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye lor ate nye lor la sa ashele den sa adi ngwan ma yima ka ku ma bunzir ma ku tulan nan ka na bo na ren nan shamma to son sum zar ku ya lor ma yerim be to problem den sa ma sai ku no mi gwa bo ta ko shi amma dang mala ko sai ku no ma lor yan kwa ka bra ban bra nan ye shel atin yar ta wa ma de tana ku sura na wana ta ma pa zan titi na ma anya loro ko yun shel ben kai ban loro ko katin ya loro ko yun shel ma ta'aba ma falle ba gar mata ta za ha ma zan kwa loro ma fulo to dan kwa loro ma fulo ma loro sora kana kata dan ko da mi ra ma ta'abo da ma tan yi ba dan da nyab ma kata dan nyab ma ton ko ma ta'aba ne der fune to kadara cha kata ban zira ma kar da sonnon
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Accra region, and I saw this challenge, Kosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially
Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet. Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Kosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield. And then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Loro mana nyete wala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye loro ate nye loro la sa ashele den sa di ngwan ma yima ka ku mabunzir ma ku tulan nan ka ne bo na ran nan shamma to so sum zar ku ya loro ma yirum bete koblan den sa ma sai ku no mi bo bo ta kobshi amma dang mala kobo sai ku no ma loro yan kwa ka bra ban bra ne ye shel atin yar ta awa ma de tana ku surana wona ta ma pa zantiti na ma anye loro ko yu shele ben kai ban ye loro ko katin ye loro ko yu shele mata abu ma falle abu ga mata ta za ha ma zan kwa loro ma fulo to an kwa loro ma fulo to ma loro sora kana kata dan ko da mira ma ta abu da ma tan yi dan da nyab ma kata dan nyab ma matan ko ma ta abu ne ber fulo to kadara cha kata ban zira ma karda sonnan jen yela de la titi.
Kosmos Innovation Center and MasterCard Foundation continue to impact the lives of young people in Ghana, creating youth employment opportunities for a brighter Africa. Here are some selected KIC businesses being supported under the KIC and its partners, including the MasterCard Foundation.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and the co-founder lead for Jasgo Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield targets. So it was really sad moments, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we were taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide component to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, how are we? Okay, those who have had breakfast are saying we are fine. Those who have not had breakfast yet, don't worry, there will be lunch, okay? My name is Kojo Akoto Boateng. I work at Joy FM on the Super Morning Show. I'm also aspiring to be a farmer, but for this morning, I will be your moderator and MC, and this is Mr. Robert Ankoma. He will be translating the sign language for us this morning. On behalf of the KIC, I'd like to say a big welcome to all of you to the Agricultural Innovation for Africa Conference, AIA, for the year 2025. Now, between today and tomorrow, we are going to unpack and pack and do a lot of things with the hope of advancing the industry in Ghana and Africa. So you are all very, very important to this conference for this year. So whatever opportunity you get, speak up, share ideas, network, and let's build the agric space together. Now the theme for this year is African Youth Leveraging Innovation for Sustainable Food Systems. If you look at the two of us, I am youth. He is not. So African Youth Leveraging Innovation for Sustainable Food Systems. But being youth is also a matter of your heart and your spirit. You could be 100 and still feel like youth. So no matter what you are, no matter where you are, you still have a role to play in creating sustainable food systems. Now, today we'll be looking at unlocking opportunities in the food system. We have presentations, we have panel sessions, and we have special deal rooms also going to happen between today and tomorrow. So it's fully packed for you. Now, before we begin, I would like us to have the safety briefing. So please help me welcome Eric Osei-Chum to give us the safety briefing with a round of applause. That's Eric coming.
Thank you very much. That's another member of the youth. Thank you, MC. My name is Eric. I'm with Kosmos Energy, and safety is very, very critical for everything we do, okay? This room, I can say, I've walked around and I can say is very, very safe for everything we are going to do, right from the various sessions throughout our lunch periods. But I would like us to take note of the following. We do not plan to have an emergency exercise today. So in case you hear an alarm, please treat it as an emergency, okay? We've got two main emergency exits at the lower section of this building. The glass door over here, for all of you from this side to the middle section of the room, you can walk through this door. Please do not run. If you're over here, same applies to you, you use that door. Now those at the upper section, you use the gate at the top through the foyer down the stairs. And please, when you are walking down the staircase, use the handrail. Do not run on the staircase, please. Take note of that. If you need to use the washroom, okay, so when you get down, okay, the emergency assembly point is at the car park on your left. You all know where you picked your badges from, okay? So right at the left side of it, outside is the car park. That's where we all converge. Now, you can only come back when it's deemed safe. And so when you go out there, please keep mute. Let's count us. We have all of you registered, so we know how many people we have in this building. Just keep mute. Let's count you. If it is safe for us to come back into the building, we'll let you know, okay? Thank you. If you need to use the washroom where you picked up your badges, on the right-hand side, first, second, third door are all washrooms. Please read the inscription. We've got one for the physically challenged. We've got one for male and female as well. We do not expect to have any trip hazards. You can see the whole place is very tidy. No cables running around. There's going to be a conference downstairs, various conferences, okay? If you find yourself in any room, as you walk around, please let's be very sure we can see what is around the ground, because a lot of cables are on the ground in the other rooms that we have downstairs. Oh, sorry, in the other rooms over there. So as you go, please make sure you observe those cables and do not trip on them. Very, very critical, especially our ladies who are wearing high heels. Please take note of that. Now, if you are walking down the stairs, we realize that it's quite steep. So please, if you know you have your bag by any step, please let it be on your laps, okay? Anybody at all can trip on it. Don't leave any water bottle. People can also trip on that as well, okay? So it's going to be a safe day today. Let's all treat any alarm, very, very important, that goes off today as an emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, for giving us the safety briefing. Please give him another round of applause. Safety is very important. Now we shall have our safeguarding briefing. Once we are through with this, we'll start the event. And I'd like to invite Mercy Tufo to come and give us the safeguarding briefing. Mercy is coming. She's not running on the stairs, but she's moving very fast. Just as Eric said, please give her a round of applause as she comes to give us the safeguarding briefing.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mercy Tufo, and I'm your designated safeguarding officer for today. So we want to emphasize the importance of safeguarding this morning. And for this conference, we are going to work on 4 key safeguarding principles. The first one is for us to do no harm to anyone who is here. So make sure that we are all together going to create a safe place for every participant who are gathered here this morning. The second principle that is going to guide our actions this morning is zero tolerance to all forms of abuse and harassment. Please do well to treat each person with respect. And also, we condemn every form of harassment this morning. The third one that is going to inform our actions this morning is respect and inclusion. Please treat each person seated by you next, anyone in the auditorium with respect. Make sure that utterances and everything is creating a safe space, irrespective of the person's gender, the person's age, the person's disability. And the third one is accountability. All of us are responsible for ensuring the safeguarding rules this morning. And the last one is reporting all safeguarding concerns. Please, if you see, experience, or suspect that something is going on, kindly report to me, your safeguarding officer, this morning. And we've also put in place a comprehensive emergency plan for this morning. We have an ambulance station outside. We are not expecting, as Eric said, we are not expecting a medical emergency, but if we do have one, there's an ambulance arranged for that. You inform me or any person in a KIC branded t-shirt as I'm wearing, you can do so, and we'll take care of that. Secondly, as well, we want to seek your consent. We'll be taking photos, we'll be taking videos for reporting and documentation purposes this morning, and for our social media handles. We want to seek the consent of all of you present this morning to take your photos. So do I have your consent? If you don't want to give us your consent, please, you see me after the briefing, we'll give you a form to sign. But please, do we have your consent to take your photos and your videos for the program? I want to hear you. Okay, thank you. So this morning, let's all together try and create a safe environment, secure environment for all of us to work in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's treat each other with respect. Let's do this together, and let's grow together. Let me tell you a personal story. So usually people ask me why I'm always at the AIA, right? I was at the first AIA, second one, and I've been to every other AIA. And through networking at the AIA, I met a man, and I shared my vision in Agric with him. Back then, I had some land in Cedi that I wanted to develop. But I had so many issues, I never really got to develop the land. So he asked me, so if I gave you land, what would you do with the land? It was at AIA, I think it was a Thursday. He invited me over to his farm on Saturday. By Sunday, he assured me land. In another week, we were clearing the land, and in 2 years, I have a farm. Right? I don't know if he wants me to mention his name, but what I'm saying is that there are lots of people here who are doing different things. I just met someone this morning who is from Cape Coast. He's graduated from, what's the name of your school again? Yeah, I didn't hear you, but he just graduated a Swansea school, right? Swansea, yes. And he's into piggery. So immediately he mentioned piggery to me. I want to go and visit him and learn from him so that I can also improve my piggery. So everybody here is a resource you need to tap into. So let's work together as one big ecosystem to grow. And that man I mentioned is Mr. Atu Brown. He's a board member of Kosmos Innovation Center. And at this point, I'd like to do some quick introductions before we get into the program properly. And I'll start the introductions from here. I can see Dr. Michael Abu Sakara, also a farmer. Everybody knows Dr. Sakara. He's a provocateur for today, so be ready to listen to him and be inspired by him. And I can see a man we talk to almost twice a week on the Super Morning Show on Joy FM. He's trained so many people at the University of Ghana Business School. Professor Godfred Bobkin, economist and professor of finance, University of Ghana. He'll be giving a keynote this morning. I can see the Dr. Peter Boama Otokuno, Director of Presidential Initiatives in Agric and Agribusiness at the Presidency. And Charlie, people are going to school to be doctors of public health, doctors of doctor. This man is a doctor in Agric. Charlie, it's not easy. Oh. Doctor of Agric economics. Charlie, oh, you're a big man. Peter, how are you? And I can see the Charterhouse. Yes, I've forgotten your name, but forgive me. I'll remember and mention the full name. And there's also Ben Kessie, the executive head of Cosmos Innovation Center. Ben. I can see Mr. Philip Aivo, board member of Cosmos Innovation Center. And there's my sister Jifa Amegashi, board member, Cosmos Innovation Center. And then I've also introduced Mr. Francis Atu Brown. I'll be introducing other people as we go along, but Dr. Betty Annan is also here from Accra, country head of Accra. Thank you so much, Dr. Betty Annan, for coming. I'll be introducing all of us as we go along. Now it's time for us to have the welcome address, and it's going to be delivered, the opening remarks is going to be delivered by the Executive Director of KIC, Benjamin Jankesi. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Good morning. Good morning. I haven't had coffee yet, so if I don't, I want to feed off your energy. So let's try it again. Good morning. We're going somewhere. I'm really happy to be here, and today being the third edition of AIA, it's really exciting. But on a personal note, I've seen someone that I haven't seen in a long while in my life. He's known me since I was a little boy, and he's asking me, hey, what are you doing here? Mr. Ankoma, he used to teach me sign language when I was a little boy, and it's so good to see you here today. Yes. Dr. Peter Otokuno, Director, Presidential Initiative in Agriculture and Agribusiness. Professor Bobkin, Dr. Abu Sakara, KIC board members, Dr. Betty Annan, Country Director for Agra, MasterCard representatives we're expecting here, esteemed conference sponsors, and I'm really excited that, you know, this year we have what we have said a full cycle, because we have one of KIC's companies that we invested in 2017, and this year they are one of our big sponsors on this program, Complete Farmer. Distinguished invited guests, conference speakers, policymakers, industry leaders, youth, young innovators from across the country and beyond, media present, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. This year's Agricultural Innovation Center Conference, the third edition since inception, highlights a continued ongoing discussions on youth, innovations, and agriculture, highlighting how timely and important this AIA conference is, a youth-focused conversation. Thank you. a youth-focused conversation with youth participation and interacting with industry. On behalf of the Kosmos Innovation Center, Ghana, it is my great pleasure to welcome you for this year's Agricultural Innovation Conference, a platform that continues to provoke important conversations that you'll be witnessing here today, collaborations to transform Africa's agriculture and food systems with youth at the center and the focal point. The theme for this year, African youth leveraging innovations for sustainable food systems, could not be more relevant or timely. Across the continent, our food systems are under increasing pressure, from climate change, limited access to finance, post-harvest losses, fragmented markets, and the inadequate innovations that we see in our space. Yet, amid these challenges lies immense opportunities that rest in the creativity and energy and innovations of the young people on the continent. At Cosmos Innovation Center, we have seen this potential firsthand. We have witnessed young entrepreneurs turn agricultural problems into opportunities. We have seen technology being applied to solve production in irrigation, in harvesting, in logistics, traceability, food processing, and farm management systems. All of these driven by young people, all of these being led by youth, and all these youth-led startups and SMEs that we have worked with. The youth have also become more sustainable. And when I say they have become more sustainable, they are always also looking at how sustainably they are solving these challenges that we have in our agricultural system. Since inception, KIC has remained committed into investing in the next generation of agripreneurs. Young people who are passionate about transforming agriculture through innovations. Through our flagship entrepreneurship development programs, such as the Agritech Challenge, Incubation Program, Business Booster, and the Women's Bootcamp, we have supported hundreds, thousands of youth-led businesses and individuals who have created viable, scalable businesses. Today, KIC have 81 funded businesses that are actively in operations. And I'm talking about businesses that KIC funded. We have hundreds of such businesses. Though KIC created them and did not fund them, they have also gone ahead to raise money from elsewhere, and they are all doing amazing work and contributing to the food systems. These young entrepreneurs are not just changing lives, they are shaping mindsets. And yesterday, I had the opportunity to be with some of our entrepreneurs who were speaking at the MasterCard Foundation convening, and they were sharing some of the results. And listening to them and listening to even the third-party results that they were sharing on what KIC's impact have had in communities, you can really tell that these are not just words that we're saying. These are lives and actions, and daily we're living. But our work, and indeed the purpose of this conference, goes beyond individual success stories. It is not about creating systems, it's about creating systems, taking actions, and creating agency for young people to gain market insights, industry knowledge, that enable them to enable their innovations to thrive. This means fostering policies and support, and I'm happy we have the government here today, so I just want to reiterate that. Fostering policies and supporting agribusiness startups and agri-SMEs is one of the key things and key ways for our startups and our young people to have opportunities to really grow their businesses and their ideas. It means strengthening research. And fortunately, we are here at the University of Ghana, which is also one of the foremost research institutions in the country. And we have Professor Bopin here, who is also a researcher himself and will be giving us a keynote shortly. So it means that with all of these things, as we facilitate access to finance, market, the youth can scale their solutions, and also it will be done sustainably, and they will contribute to a robust food systems on the continent. Ultimately, it means building an ecosystem where young Africans are not just participants in food systems, but leaders shaping their future. None of this could be achieved in isolation. That is why a platform like this, the AIA Conference, is so important. They bring together diverse actors, government, private sector, academia, development partners, all together, and we all create a new pathway through the collaboration to make sure that we create the right systems and the right safe spaces for our youth to leverage. As we engage over the next 2 days, let us challenge ourselves to think beyond the short-term interventions. Let us explore partnerships to translate into innovations, into real transformation across the food systems on the continent. At KIC, we remain open to partnerships that amplifies our collective impact, partnerships that empower young people, strengthen agribusinesses, and promote sustainable growth. And for us at KIC, this commitment or mandate to support young people also extends to our commitment to ensure we meet youth not only in urban communities or with formal education, but young people at the peripheral communities, informal educational sector, and also intentionality in reaching more women, marginalized youth, disadvantaged youth, and also persons living with disability. In closing, let me say, Africa's food system, food security, climate resilience, and economic prosperity depends on the ingenuity of its youth. Our role as leaders, policymakers, investors, and enablers in the ecosystem is to ensure that the ingenuity is nurtured and supported and unleashed. Together, we can build a sustainable food systems that feed the continent and beyond. Not just with food, but with the opportunity, with dignity and hope. And as you all know, the data tells us that by 2050, for every 4 youth that you find or young persons you find on the planet, 1 of them will be African. And therefore, it is important that we really have these conversations. We really point the youth to the right directions. We support them and create that enabling environment for them to see the importance and the opportunities in agriculture and be able to understand that nutrition and nourishment is really key and also a good part of the business opportunities that lies ahead in the near future, from now into the near future. I am happy also to announce that soon KIC will be launching the Center of Excellence. A Center of Excellence that is creating a safe haven for young people that would allow them to think beyond the box, outside the box. Imagine there was no box, and come out with all the innovative products that our agricultural industry on the continent needs. And when the launch date is announced, we will really share with all of you who are here today. With this, I'd like to thank you once again, and I welcome you to AIA Conference 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Ben. I'm happy to see Complete Farmer on the screen because earlier this year we were in Berlin for Fruit Logistica, which is arguably the biggest agri expo in the world. We were there as FAGE, Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and a lot of other private sector players. And Complete Farmer was the only Ghanaian company that could afford their own stand and run their own business in that particular space. And when I saw them, I was like, yes, Kosmos has done a lot of work. Because I remember the first day Complete Farmer came to KIC. Please, put your hands together for KIC and Kosmos. I can see our very good friend, a man who is now called the Friend of Agribusiness in Ghana, from the MasterCard Foundation Ghana. He's currently the acting head country programs, Godfred Odamten Toa. Please put your hands together for him. Give us a wave, sir. If you are eating rice, some of the rice is likely to come from his project. If you are eating soy, if you are eating chicken, if you are eating tomatoes, not the ones like proper tomatoes, they are it's likely coming from their projects. Good to see you, Godfred. We also have Pam Abe here. She is representing the Chief Executive Officer of Charterhouse Productions, Mrs. Teresa Oparibia Ayoade. Do we have any of the faculty advisors of the various universities here? Faculty advisors, if you are here, can you give us a wave? I have seen Reverend Dr. Daniel Abeko from Ho Technical University. Any other faculty advisors? Okay, when they come, I'll introduce them accordingly. At this point, we are going to have special remarks from the board. And to do that, I would like you to help me invite one of the board members, Mr. Philip Aivo, to give us the special remarks. A round of applause for Mr. Aivo as he comes up.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Wow, I'm looking out and really surprised at the number of people. I stand on all previous protocols. I'm amazed at how an idea that started probably in 2015, 2016, when Kosmos Energy decided that they wanted to reset how people looked at them in Ghana. And I happened to be one of the advisors of Kosmos Energy then. And we sat in the boardroom, started coming up with ideas about how that can be achieved. And Kosmos said they wanted to do something for the people of Ghana. And I recall very clearly, Mr. Day, Cedi, the late Cedi, suggested that because most of the people, most of the population on the continent focuses on agriculture, especially in Ghana, but then agriculture's contribution to the GDP was declining. That was an area that Kosmos should invest in. And if you take that and you look at today, you look at the number of companies that have been funded, partly through this idea, and also thanks to the MasterCard Foundation coming on board and giving a lot of investment towards this idea. If you look at the impact that that has had, and you look today at this conference, and I can only think about Seth. If Cedi were alive today, he would be a very, very proud man. And we need to recognize that. But this conference, to me, this conference, I look at the theme and three things come to mind. Food security, the youth, and of course, innovation. You know, let's go back, let's talk about food security. Let's go back and look at what happened a few years back when the war in Ukraine started. All of a sudden, a lot of our countries were exposed. Why? We couldn't get wheat. We couldn't get a number of things. You look at Ghana, for example. You'd be surprised. Carrots. We import carrots from the Netherlands. You know, you would never have thought that we could not grow carrots in a place like Ghana. I think about when I was very young, and they said, you know, being the youth is a mindset, right? So today, I'm part of the youth. Although I'm over 70 years old, but today I'm part of the youth because it's a mindset. But you think about when we were growing up, and when they talked about famine, they usually talked about India. That's where you heard about people dying because they didn't have enough nutrition. India has overcome that. And today, they are a net exporter of food. Okay? And we are still stuck as a continent with food security issues. And when you think about the youth, over 60% of our population across the continent is 25 years or under. And we are concerned, the world is concerned about the youth dividend, whether it will become a curse or whether it will actually yield some results for the continent. And at the same time, everybody, experts talk about uncultivated arable land on this continent. And the largest, if you look at the world today, the largest amount of uncultivated arable land is on this continent. And yet, we have food security problems. So what this conference is trying to do is to bring all those things together and say, how do we solve them? How do we bring innovation into the agricultural space so that we can increase the productivity, the yields that are so lacking? How do we get our smallholder farmers to become more efficient, effective, and productive? How do we create commercial farms? What are the technology ideas and tools that we can bring to bear? And that's where you guys are here. We're looking for your ideas to help us get there. There'll be a lot of discussion around these items. And on that note, and going back to the start of the KIC idea, I welcome all of you, and we look forward to some very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
When a man who is youth at heart speaks, you need to give him a better applause. That fuels his youthfulness. Hey, Charlie, youth. Right now, I'm not youth, though. Because I'm almost 40. But 20 years ago, at 70, Mr. Ivo could have been a youth organizer of a political party or in a church. But now we've changed it. I think we should increase the youth band to like 45 or 52. Anyway, thank you so much. He's given us a charge that youth, sustainable food systems, innovation, those are the things he seeks to get before he leaves here. And I'm sure all of us are ready to help work together to bring all these things out, creating opportunities for the youth, creating growth, bringing up innovative ideas so we build the sustainable food systems that we are looking at. Now, our next speaker, who is the conference chair, actually. When I introduced him, I didn't really introduce him properly because I knew I was going to get the chance to do it again. He's trained thousands and thousands of students. So wherever I go, this morning I was here with my business partner, and I was trying to introduce my business partner to him, and my business partner was like, no, that was my lecturer. Wherever you go, if you have people who have been trained in business, either in Legon or in any of the other institutions, because he goes everywhere to teach, Prof. Bobkin has had a hand in the education. But one thing I like about him is his consistency and his passion for national development. I started this radio industry about 20 years ago, and he's about one of the most consistent people when it comes to his views on how to channel national resources to drive development. And he doesn't only restrict it to the economy, he goes everywhere that his innovative brain takes him. And I'm so happy that he's going to be our conference chair. And I'm also happy to introduce him to come and give us his opening remarks. So with a resounding round of applause, please, let's welcome Professor Godfred Bobkin, economist and professor of finance at the University of Ghana. And he's also an aspiring farmer. Please, better applause for Prof. Bobkin.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on the existing protocols, and I want to say thank you very much for inviting me, not just to be here, but to chair this conference. Actually, when I got an invitation, I felt I wasn't worthy to chair this because I checked my bank balance. And because typically when they say come and chair a program, you should have a balance sheet that matches that. I didn't have that. Then when I checked the topic, I realized it has something to do with youth. And I said, maybe. Then, Kojo, you just said that youth means you should be less than 40. So it means I'm not youth. All this while I've considered myself youth. I think we can change the age limit to maybe a little above 45 because I'm more than 45 years, so that I can join that trail. But I'm excited to be here. If anything gives me hope for this continent, it's about our resolve in the area of agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing. The reason is that if you look at all the sectors of the economy on the continent, the sector that holds the potential for poverty reduction, to narrow inequality, and create decent jobs has to do with agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing. So I'm excited, and I indicated to my good friend, our MC, that I no longer talk about agriculture. Oftentimes, when I've given presentations, the response I get is that is theory. Well, I want to announce that I'm also going into farming now. So I'm in the process of finalizing 200-acre land somewhere in the eastern region, and I want to see how I put theory to practice. If you find that my coconut tree is growing at a slower rate, blame the theory. To the substantive issues, Ghana's population currently at around 32. I know some people added to it last night. They have not been added. The projection tells us that by 2040, our population will be 45 million. That population, more than 30% of that population, they will be less than 30 years. If you look at the continent as a whole, we are considered the young continent by population. In fact, the average age of the population of Niger is less than 18 years. So Africa is a young continent. And it's for a reason why the young continent should invest appropriately in the area of agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing. Studies have shown that those who eat a lot with joy are those below 40 years. A good number of you are in that sample size. So the continent that is young and will crave for food cannot invest less in that area. If you look at the population dynamics, we've seen positive growth in Ghana and Africa as a whole, but that growth has not been sufficient. We have not seen growth that is sufficient simply because that growth is not driven by the intensive labor subsectors of the economy. And that growth is not driven substantially by the subsectors of the economy where majority of Africans and Ghanaians derive their livelihood from. And that is why we talk about positive growth, and yet we see poverty increasing and then inequality widening. Beyond that, if you look at the structure of the African economy, you will see that because of colonial legacies in terms of the structure of the economy that we inherited, we've seen growth, but we've also seen greater upward redistribution of wealth. So, against the age-old saying in economics that just focus on growth, wholesale growth, and it will trickle down, that trickle-down effect has failed miserably in our part of the world. So we simply just can't focus on wholesale growth and expect that it will trickle down. That will not happen. So we must be deliberate in engineering the kind of growth that will benefit all of us. Where we are in Ghana, majority of people in Ghana only put something in their mouth. It's not food. A good number of Ghanaians go to bed not being sure where their next meal will come from. We actually don't plan hunger. You can plan your family life. In fact, you can plan when you get married. You can disengage after engagement if you notice adverse development. But you can also postpone childbirth through family planning for those who see family planning as only existing in the textbook. How long can you postpone hunger? And that is a lot of people. If I've been in this university for a number of years now, and I've met students, males, females, who walked at me and said, I haven't eaten the whole day. But this is not only Ghana, but this is what you find across the continent. And as our board member rightly indicated, Africa is the only continent that has everything to be self-sufficient in food, except for the food itself. More than 60% of the world's unused arable land are in here. The two longest and the two largest rivers in the whole world are in Africa here, conducive for agriculture, irrigation, and all of that. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, when he conceptualized the Volta Lake and all of that, he had agriculture in mind. But as we speak, less than 5% of Ghana's agriculture is irrigated. That is not good news for you and I. It is not. In fact, because of lack of inclusive growth and the fact that mining and quarrying and the related issues have accounted for more than 25% of our growth, and yet in the last 18 years, mining and quarrying hasn't added quality jobs to the labor force. Actually, it hasn't. Job creation in that sector has essentially stalled. So what we see, and what all of us should bear in mind, is that just about 1% of Ghana's wealthy people account for more than 68% of the total consumption in the country. So majority of us are only just observers. The wealthiest 1% of the population in Ghana, studies have shown, consume more than half of the total national consumption. The poorest 10% of the population account for only 2% of the national consumption. And majority of these people actually derive their livelihood from agriculture and agribusiness. Studies have shown, through the social accounting metrics, that agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing has the highest employment and income multiplier in Ghana. So, in other words, if we want to reduce poverty and we want to narrow inequality, the game changer is in the area of agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing. I can link that directly to job creation. The World Bank tells us that if we invest $1 million in agribusiness, we are likely to get more than 750,000 jobs in that particular area. Except for the investment in data that has a higher return, you realize that investment in agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing holds a higher potential. For me, and based on my limited understanding, and I ask for forgiveness, my understanding is that Ghana would only benefit optimally from the African continental free trade if we focus and specialize in the area of agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing, and take control of the African food value chain. This year, just a couple of months away, Africa's net food import will reach over $115 billion in net food imports. This is unacceptable. It doesn't matter how well you manage your exchange rates, you will certainly, and it's the reason you see African countries experience a lot of exchange rate volatility, because our food import alone is huge. And I'm sure our MC has said it several times that Ghana spends millions of dollars just to import yemadie, or how do you pronounce it? Yemadie. So this is unacceptable. So the understanding is that if we are able to invest appropriately, and I'm happy that the focus is the youth, because that is where the potential is. And bear in mind that, as the World Bank has reported, that between 2012 and 2023, the Ghanaian economy on net basis has added just around 250,000 jobs between this period. Within that same period, 2.7 million people have entered the labor market looking for jobs that exist in the textbooks. What this means is that even if all the universities decide to offer job creation as specialization for the students we admit, most of them will end up being successfully unemployed. There is the need, therefore, to diversify our economy, and the surest way is to look at agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing. And it's not only for Ghana, but I believe that that is what we should be looking at. If you look at the global level, the trend is changing. It is common to join a conference in Europe or elsewhere, and where they say that it's lunchtime, they serve leaves and bread. That's un-African. In Africa, when we say it's lunchtime, we swallow. So we cannot outsource our food dependence and all of that to the rest of the world, where their diet is changing very fast. I am looking forward to the lunch this afternoon, and I want to take something like fufu and goat lice soup. And maybe have kenke for dessert. Forgive me, I'm from Ashanti region. We must own our food value chain. Food is a human rights issue. So I'm excited and I'm happy given the success stories, and I'm looking forward to all that will be shared here so that we all live here very empowered. Take note. When we say development, development is knowledge intensive. Countries that have made it did so on the back of sharing knowledge. So we are here to share. We are here to learn from each other. And I want to thank organizers for putting this together at a time when Ghana just launched its 24-hour economy policy and export, accelerated export development program, a program that I see more in terms of it being driven by private sector and the youth than the government, because the government doesn't have the budget. Thank you, and I look forward to a successful conference.
Thank you, Prof. A round of applause for Prof. Bob King again. So, my niece went to school in the Netherlands. She's now a seismic engineer. So what she does is to go on ships that explore for oil and all those things. And that's wonders. So she's one of the top in the country. Now, she comes and we go to the chop bar to go and buy fufu. So, mami fufu 5 cedis. Now, mami upon chikakani yemadie. And just like yemadie, I said 10 cedis. Say, Brakojo. When we were in school in the Netherlands, yemadie was called Namin Shabruni. Because weekends, they'll take their bicycles, ride to the farms where they are slaughtered beef and all sorts of things. And the yemadie and the head and the kotojo and all those things are used to make animal feed and other things. So those things they don't sell. So when the Ghanaian students go and they say, oh, they want some, they just give them sack loads of kotoje, yemadie. So they call it Nyaminsha Bruni. So she comes to Ghana and we go and eat fufu, and yemadie is 10 cedis. And that's what Prof talked about. And that set me thinking. So I started researching about yemadie. And one of my favorite websites, for those of you, I think for all of us, because as people in agriculture, we do a lot of research. If you want to know how the global trade is going, you go to the Observatory of Economic Complexity. It's oec.world. oec.world. So whatever you want to find, It was a project by an MIT student for his PhD, and it's now become a portal where you get to find global trade data. And it takes data from the UN trade system and all that. So if you want to find, say, oec.world, if you go to Google, you write Ghana, offals, imports, oec.world, all the data will come. Ghana, plantain exports, anything you want, just type oec.world in your Google search, Ghana, Niger, whatever country, you'll see the data. So if you want to trade in cashews, you want to trade in anything, that's a good resource for you to see how the global trade system is going, so that you know what to target and what not to target. And Prof also said that in Niger, for example, the average age is around 18. If you want data on population, you can go to population.io. Population.io. When you go there, whatever country, you can put in data. If you want to know where you stand in the global system when it comes to demographics, for example, you go to population.io, you type in your date of birth, your country, your sex. It will generate the data for you to know where you stand in your country. So in Ghana, I'm older than 72% of the Ghanaian population. Me, that I'm not 40 years old. I'm older than 72% of the Ghanaian population. So when I'm making decisions, I ask myself, these 72%, if I'm the eldest, it means I'm the decision maker for them. How will my decisions affect their tomorrow? So you can use some of these platforms and resources in the work you do. Now, our next speaker, as Prof. Bobkin mentioned, we've launched the 24-hour economy as a country, and we have a lot of things going on, and he's one of the key players when it comes to this government and how they are going to transform our lives. He's an Greek economist, he's a chartered financial economist, he's a policy analyst, and he's a lecturer as well. And he has extensive experience in agriculture, economics, and governance. He's occupied a lot of positions, but currently, he's a director of presidential initiatives in agriculture and agribusiness at the presidency under President John Dramani Mahama. He has a PhD in agricultural economics, and he's going to address us here at the AIA, and his keynote address is on African youth leveraging innovation for sustainable food systems. So he's speaking on the theme. Please help me welcome Dr. Peter Boama Otokuno.
Thank you very much, Kojo, my fellow farmer. Distinguished Chairperson, Professor Godfred Bopping. What Kojo didn't know was that I was one of your students, and he taught me financial management, and he's an outstanding lecturer. He's done a very great job for a lot of us. Dr. Abu Sakara Foster, an agronomist, and if I should add, a former politician. Then the KIC Executive Director, Benjamin Jankesi, and your Board of Directors. Let me this morning, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, bring you warm greetings from the government of the Republic of Ghana. Indeed, this morning is a great delight for me to be here at this important gathering, the Agricultural Innovation for Africa Conference. And I sincerely thank the organizers for the invitation, for putting this together, and for selecting a very strikingly important theme that captures both the urgency and the opportunity of our time. African youth leveraging innovation for sustainable food systems. And I agree with Mr. Philip that there are three things that comes out very strongly in this theme. And food security comes number one, young people come, and innovation. But to be able to achieve a sustainable food system, the young person will need to be innovative to be able to achieve that. And so this theme speaks deeply to me, and more importantly, to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's vision of placing young people at the center of agricultural transformation. In Ghana, the youth are considered passive beneficiaries of agricultural development. But as active architects of the research and the innovation of this sector, it is important that we refocus and we reconsider them as the key beneficiaries of this sector. A closer look at our national agricultural landscape shows that every major government initiative today is youth and women driven. And you dare not go to President Mahama with any program or any initiative and it is not youth-centered or women-centered. And you ask you, how many jobs will this program create? And how many women are targeted in these policies? And I'm sure you are going to see some of them very soon. And so, at the heart of all government policies and programs now is the focus on youth and women-driven involvement and participation. All programs and policies and initiatives are innovation-led and sustainability-focused. And this is a clear reflection of our belief that the future of Africa or the future of African agriculture rests firmly in the hands of young people. As an agricultural economist, I hold the belief that the development and the sustainability of our food systems will depend not only on innovation, but most importantly on the ability of the young people in Africa to lead productivity-driven innovation. The youth bring with them energy, creativity, digital fluency, risk affinity, and the willingness to experiment with the modern technologies that can revolutionize how Africa produces, processes, and distributes food. That is why the government of Ghana, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has placed young people at the very heart of our agricultural policies and investment. Through deliberate, well-structured interventions, we are nurturing a new generation of agripreneurs who are turning farming into businesses. When I look across Ghana and Africa, I'm inspired by the youth already leading this charge. Young innovators such as Aloysius Atao Farmer Line, who uses digital technology to connect thousands of farmers to information and markets. Equia Sapon of Agrico Hub, empowering women and young people in agro-processing. Isaac Cedi of Cedi Technologies, whose grain moisture meter helps to reduce post-harvest losses. And Nanajima Prempe of Grow For Me, creating a digital crowdfunding platform linking investors to farmers. And I so hard and highlight one young, vibrant man in Ghana called Edouard Babiu, popularly known as the Gentle Farmer. And this young Ghanaian is a poultry advocate and a founder of Tanta Farms. And he's using his platform to advocate for sustainable and profitable farming practices, educating young fellow farmers, and raising awareness about the challenges with the Ghana poultry industry, including the exploitation and over-reliance on imported frozen chicken. His work and that of others embodies the resilience, the innovation, and leadership that defines Ghana's youth in agriculture. These are the kinds of brilliant minds we are supporting through the presidential initiative in agric and agribusiness. Young Africans transforming agriculture from the ground up. Their stories prove with the right support, innovation, and partnership, our youth can drive the change we seek and become the champions of sustainable and food secure Africa. Allow me to highlight a few of these initiatives, many of which are coordinated by the Presidential Initiatives Office at the Office of the President. The School Farm Initiative, which will be launched on 21st of August by His Excellency, the President at Peje Senior High School in the Volta region, would be one of the flagship innovative solutions to bringing young people into the agro space. And this is designed to reintroduce practical agriculture into schools across the country. This initiative engages young students in food production, livestock rearing, agribusiness training, and it instills early agricultural interest and builds a pipeline of skilled young farmers ready to drive this innovation. And I'm very happy to announce that my brother Benjamin Jankese and his team from KIC have expressed interest to partner us on this major landmark initiative we call the School Farm Initiative. We have also started works to establish youth agricultural estates across the country, and our very first site would be opened next agro season in Kintampo. And this program establishes large-scale youth-managed estates for cultivation of strategic crops such as maize, rice, soya, vegetables, livestock, providing access to land, mechanization, credits, and markets for thousands of young people across the country. This is estimated to create over 30,000 jobs if fully rolled out. Then I'm sure you are aware about our famous Poultry Farm to the Table initiative, which we popularly call Akoko Nkete Nkete. And this policy is a very strategic one to help us to change the landscape in our protein provision for our country, particularly poultry products. And this is a youth-led chain that will link livestock rearing, processing, and distribution under a modernized value chain model that would improve our nutrition, create jobs, and also promote agribusiness entrepreneurship. Later this month, the Akoko Nkete Nkete would be launched, and some 3 million birds will be distributed to various young farmers and young women across the country to produce the chicken products we consume in our homes. Under our feed industry program, we have launched a number of initiatives to focus on the production of industrial crops. And one of the popular ones is the Coconut Seedling Distribution Initiative. And I am happy that Professor Bokpin has decided to join the coconut farmers. And I'm sure next year you may also benefit from, you are still a young man, so you may also benefit from these seedlings. This year, we are almost rounding up the distribution of about 3 million seedlings to young men and young women to grow various plantations of coconut so that we can continue to take charge of the coconut global market as the leading producer and the leading processor of coconut products. This initiative is supported by the Exim Bank, and we are doing that in close collaboration with the Coconut Federation of Ghana. And this has opened the opportunity for thousands of young people to establish their own coconut farms, and it is helping Ghana position itself in the global marketplace. Then we are working on the Red Gold Initiative. The Red Gold Initiative is the palm oil development initiative, and in the coming years, in the medium term, we are targeting supporting various farmers to cultivate over 200,000 hectares of new palm plantations and value addition centers, which is innovation hubs included in these plantations. And we are looking at distributing 10 million seedlings in the medium term to young people and young women to set up these farms. And so this could be your opportunity to also venture into palm oil production. And same we are doing in cashew and also in cocoa. I'm sure you must have heard that His Excellency has announced that in the next medium term, we are targeting the cultivation of 200,000 new hectares of cocoa. And we are doing that strategically to meet the financial requirements and the benefits and the forest benefits we get from the cocoa market. We all know that the story of cocoa is a very sad one. In fact, the global cocoa market is a $142 billion market. Ghana and Ivory Coast produce about 60% of the world's cocoa. But the sad story is that Ghana and Ivory Coast actually earns less than 2% of this 142 billion. And that story must be changed. And how do we change it? It will require innovative strategies. And so what is the strategy that we are putting in place? Beyond the fact that we want to motivate the existing farmers to increase their productivity and improve their yields, and by that, paying a fair price to cocoa farmers and reintroducing the free fertilizer that we used to give to the cocoa farmers, which we have started this year. We are giving the free fertilizer, we are doing the free cocoa spraying exercise, and we are giving them all the other inputs that they need free of charge so that they would be able to invest those inputs into their farms and yield higher production volumes so that we can increase our net production. But not also leaving that there, adding value to the cocoa that we process. Because of the way we have managed the cocoa sector, we are able to produce and add value to our cocoa. Because mostly we sell our cocoa on forward sales, and we lose a lot of forex from the forward sales that we do. And so the local processors do not even get the raw beans to process. Sometimes they have to go to Nigeria and Ivory Coast to get the beans to be able to run the local factories. And so we are looking at increasing the production volume, bringing in these new plantations, and we are focusing the plantation in the middle belt because the environmental degradation and the illegal mining is changing the climatic conditions in the southern belt, which is mainly the cocoa growing area. And so the focus of this 200,000 new plantation that we are going to cultivate, which we are starting next year, would be at the Northern Volta, Oti regions and part of the eastern regions where the climatic conditions are still in place to support cocoa production. And from next month, we would start clearing some of the lands for this project. And this project is also youth and women-led. The cultivations will be done by young people. This large tracts of cultivation will be developed and, developed into blocks and clusters, which clusters would be given to young people to manage. And so a young person could be given a 10-acre cluster or a 20-acre cluster, and all the inputs will be provided so that you are able to cultivate and grow the cocoa for us. These and many others are the initiatives we are putting together to engage women and young people to set up agro SMEs in processing and value addition, and also transform what used to be the subsistence activities of farming into a more structured and export-oriented enterprises. A few weeks ago, we hosted the World Share Expo 2025 in Tamale. And this expo brought together some over 2,000 young men and women in the share value chain, and also brought together about 200 women-led SMEs to learn and have a conversation on various methods of improving the productivity of these SMEs and of our women in the share value chain. Innovation, whether through digital platforms, climate smart agriculture, biotechnology, or precision farming, is the bridge that will connect the youth participation to sustainable food systems. So at the Office of the President and the Ministry of Food and Agric, at the Trade and Agribusiness and Industry Ministry, and at the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, we are building the bridge through partnership with educational institutions, private sector, and development partners to introduce data-driven decision-making, drone technology, and agri-tech incubation hubs to support this vision. We are not just empowering farmers, we are nurturing innovators, young Africans who are coding, who are engineering, who are designing the next generation of solutions for African food security. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Ghana's agriculture will thrive on brilliant and innovative ideas used to transform the agricultural sector, from smart irrigation systems to the use of artificial intelligence in predicting crop yields, in monitoring soil health, and managing farm operations as well. A few weeks ago, I visited a dairy farm in Bulgaria. This farm was producing 3.5 metric tons of animal feed a day, the feed we call travel mat. And they were using a 20 feet by 40 feet space to produce this 3.5 metric tons of feed to feed 200 cattle in a very small location under a very innovative, intensive system of growing cattle. And together with the Cattle Farmers Association, we decided that we needed to bring this technology to help us, among other things, to solve some of our problems. We believe this is very innovative and can be useful for our livestock development in Ghana. And this is how technology can be used to redefine productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. The future of agriculture lies in our ability to blend traditional knowledge with modern science and technology. We are indeed inspired by this innovation, and we are going to set up model farms with travel mat units at various centers across the country to serve as training hubs for existing and prospective cattle farmers, so that we can allow for adoption of this technology into modern intensive methods of raising cattle. Last week I had a conversation with the director of the Livestock Improvement and Poultry Research Center of the University of Ghana, my former department, to partner in this initiative so that we build the first travel mat for LEPREC, and we'll use that as the training hub for this livestock intensification. This, we believe, among other things, will help us address the major socio-agroeconomic problem of farmer-herder conflicts across the country, and also encourage our young people to harness modern tools to drive sustainable food security, boost agribusiness competitiveness, and create meaningful employment across the value chain. Together, we can connect the Ghanaian innovation with global expertise and ensure that the future of African agriculture is not only sustainable, but powered by its own youth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, African young people represented here, it is important that we underscore the point that we represent both the present and our promise. The time has come to move beyond rhetoric and place technology, research, and entrepreneurship directly into the hands of our young people. Let us make agriculture profitable. Let us make agriculture attractive. If you want, let us make agriculture sexy. And let's be dignified in our job as farmers, where innovation can thrive and the youth will lead. When we empower the youth, we secure their future. When we innovate in agriculture, we ensure sustainability. And when we combine both, look at what we get. We build a resilient, food-secured Africa. In conclusion, I wish to thank the organizers for the the Agriculture Innovation in Africa Conference, once again, for this timely gathering. Government policies and programs will be greatly inspired by the discussions and conversations that will take place at this conference. And together with you, through innovation and youth empowerment, I believe we can transform Africa's agriculture narrative from one of potential to one of a prosperity. Thank you very much. May God bless us all, bless our beloved country, and bless Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peter Boamo Otokuno. Please, let's give it up to him once again. So, Doc, with all these things you are doing in Agric, what is the, do you have a soundtrack that is going to ginger Ghanaians to get into Agric? I remember when Mr. Ivo and Mr. Ato, them were younger, there was work and happiness, I will do my best. And since Mahama is the hope, won you the election, maybe you can change it to Agric is the hope, is the hope. Anadok. Mama Monyumu to Mama Tractor. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you. When you were talking about the Nkukon Kete 3 million beds, someone's name came to mind. There's a young man here who did finance at UPSA, and right after that went to CSIRL to go and learn how to raise chicken, pigs, and all sorts of things. And over the past 5-6 years, he's been in the bush alone, building his Agric dream. But like a lot of young men, they face a lot of challenges. So if you are going to distribute 3 million chicken, so Chuku, where are you? Give us a wave so that the state will see that you are hustling. That is Chuku. And he's at every AIA. He's at every AIA. People like that must be supported. You know Chuku. Then Chuku must be able to feed Eastern region. 20% of the chicken for Eastern region. We must support people like Chuku to feed the region. Thank you so much. Now, we've been hearing about youth, women, youth, women, youth, women. Now, our next speaker is a woman that, for me, is an example for all women to look up to when it comes to that Greek space. She's done so much in the space, from Fair Trade Africa to the World Cocoa Foundation to Accra to different places. And what makes me happy about her journey is that she's acquired knowledge in different areas and is now bringing the transdisciplinary knowledge to change the way we do Agric. She schooled at my school, which is KNUST. I'm at Legon, but I'm still a tech person, and I am happy. And I'm not going to say tech is the best, but I won't say it. Because if I say it, they will take their stage. So I won't say it. She's also schooled at the, so she did Agric mechanization at KNUST. Back then it was UST. Yes, when they were at tech, it was UST. When we went there, it was KNUST. And she's done a master's in natural resources in the UK. She also has a PhD in environmental science as well from the Florida Agric and Mechanization University in the USA. So she's a woman who comes with different skill sets into the space, and she's currently the country director of Accra. Now she's going to speak to us and also give us some more perspective about why we are here today. She's speaking on why youth innovation is critical to Africa's food systems. Please help me with a resounding round of applause. Invite Dr. Betty Annan, Country Director of Accra.
Thank you very much, Kojo, for the introduction. I was asking, I said I didn't send any profile. And then Madam Barbara said, I believe he Googled you. Interesting what one can find these days on the internet. I stand on the existing protocols and bring you warm greetings from the president of Accra and the Accra Ghana team. Unfortunately, we don't have some of our colleagues here because we are defending a grant for a grantee as I speak right now. Thank you. So I'm honored to participate in this outstanding program and gathering of like-minded youth. I believe you are here because you are either working in the agricultural space or you are aspiring to work in that space to help shape Africa's food systems. I want to say a big thank you to Kosmos Innovation Center and its partners, and then also to the University of Ghana for giving us this platform. Bringing together youth to find solutions to our food systems and agriculture inspires all of us to dig deeper, to find ways, means, and resources to support your efforts and passions. For this reason, let me say Medamwase, and more grace to all the elbows of the youth who continue to do more to stir up the fertile thoughts and the minds of many innovative gems gathered here today. I want to be very practical today. So to share in today's topic, why youth innovation is critical to agri-food systems, I would want to bring up 3 innovative organizations or companies, which is Grow For Me, Codutech, and Agro Empire. Grow For Me was mentioned by Dr. Tokonu, and Grow For Me currently provides an online platform for aggregating agricultural produce whilst linking farmers to mechanization services and investors to that are ready to put in their money in primary production and aggregation of various agricultural commodities. The success or the successful story of Grow For Me attracted them to Accra, or Accra got attracted to Grow For Me. And as a result, we went through the process as I speak. We are going through this morning with one of our grantees to get a grant for them. And I don't want to mention the amount, it's almost $400,000. And currently, Accra is supporting Grow For Me to scale up its interventions through the empowerment of 130,000 rice and soybean farmers to boost their productivity and trade in a bid to enhance competitiveness and to meet local demand, whilst creating economic opportunities for youth, especially young women in the northern Ghana. Another example is Codutech, based in Tamale, which converts waste from banana and plantain stems to make sanitary pads. Yes, I heard wow, yes, and there's a young medical doctor who is doing that. A circular economy endeavor that places value on what hitherto would be considered a farm waste. In 2024, at the African Food Systems Forum in Kigali, Rwanda, the CEO of Codutech won Africa's Top Young Agri-Food Entrepreneurs Award, which we call Go-Getters Award, an award prize of $50,000 to invest in his work here, and it was sponsored by Accra. As I speak right now, the CEO is being supported. He's on a tour, and he's learning currently in Lusaka, Zambia, to better understand how established industries operate. And this was supported through the Agra's, Generation for Africa program. Lastly, I want to talk about Agro Empire. Dennis rears snails. He's rearing snails. And he generates the snails, or the company generates snails from farming into other crops or other crop farming, and then they have hundreds of outgrowers they work with. They aggregate the snails, process them into their meat, harvest the blue slime from the snails for cosmetic products, and then grind the snail shells to calcium for animal feed and other applications. And this is a young man who, okay, let me stop from right there. I don't want to personalize anything. Agro Empire was supported also by Accra in 2024 and this year to participate in the African Food Systems Summit to pitch. And as we speak, he has some investors from outside the country who are interested in this business. I mean, they've gone very far. I think some have already invested from last year. And I just want to digress a little bit. I want to encourage the youth here that you need to push, you need to force. Dennis came to the office just before AFS in Dakar, which ended at the end of September, right? Yes. And he said, Doc, I want to travel. I want to go for AFS. I said, we don't have money. And he was so persistent. Not that we found money for him, but miraculously something happened, and then he was able to attend. So please, I want to encourage the youth here, be persistent. I met another young lady who is a KIC fellow, And she came to the office. She said, "Doc, can you sponsor us or sponsor me to participate?" I said, "No, we don't have money, because we've sponsored, or we are sponsoring 10 youth to participate in this year's from Ghana budget. Of course, continental budget is supporting other youth, but from Ghana we are sponsoring 10. We don't have money to support you. I'm sorry." Interestingly, when I was returning from Dakar, I met her, and I was like, "How did you manage to come?" She said, "I traveled by road, and I went with a lot of my products, and everything got finished. And please, I want you to say a big thank you to Uncle Ben for me, for helping." Unfortunately, I've forgotten her name. So Uncle Ben, thank you very much for helping. I believe you chipped in some money somewhere to help her get to Dakar. Thank you. So I will say that all these businesses that I've spoken about are all KIC fellows. So those of you here, and they've all ended up at the international level. And KIC supported them from the ideation stage to having them becoming fully fledged, profitable businesses. I am presenting these true stories to demonstrate to you that young Ghanaians are doing very well to help change the landscape of sustainability, biodiversity, ecosystem, natural resource management, and job creation, leaving footprints to ginger you all into action. So please do. These are not just the only reasons we emphasize youth innovation. We emphasize youth innovation to also help our youth to become more and more, I wouldn't say aggressive, but to become more and more entrepreneurs, or have that entrepreneurial mindset. As the saying goes, youth are the future. So let us not assume that these are just mere cliches, because the future of African food systems transformation lies in your hands. We've all been youth before. Sometimes we are a little impatient. We are very passionate about what we want to do. And we want to also leave the mark that me too, Abna Papabi, I was here some. But please, stay with patience and perseverance in the process. Read beyond your field, challenge your assumptions, seek mentors, not only those who applaud you, but those who challenge you, those who are shaping you and stretch your thinking. Growth is rarely comfortable, but it is always rewarding. Bring your best to the table, bring your A game to the table, be innovative. And you know that innovation is happening all around us, and much of it is being driven by young people like you. From precision farming to where we are using drones and AI, where we are monitoring crop, analyzing soil health, detecting pests through smart irrigation systems, and where we are using real moisture, real-time data to help irrigate farms. There are handheld devices that are developed by young people. As Dr. Tokonu said, there's a young man that has developed a moisture meter to help measure the moisture content. And these are all things that youth are doing in the space. Biotechnology is revolutionizing the seed systems. Digital platforms are redefining how we trade, and robotics, drone tech, artificial intelligence, often designed by young Africans, are mapping our fields, our markets, even our futures. I want to go a bit into what AGRA has done to help support, and I want you to have faith and confidence in yourself. I am happy to tell you that you are in the right place today because you are in the company of KIC. MasterCard Foundation is also here. AGRA, we are also here. You have the presidential advisor also here. So please, you are in the right place, and you have professors here who can give you the ideas and the support that you need. So please stay tuned throughout. For Accra, we are working with youth to help them as much as possible to the river, and we hope that they will drink the good water there. This is what we are doing through our various partnerships under the Youth Employment and Food and Agriculture, which we call YEFA, and this is a partnership between Accra and MasterCard Foundation. And we are partnering with organizations such as Kosmos Innovation Center, AgriHouse Foundation, Kita Agri Invest, Leventis Foundation, which is hosted by the University of Ghana, Youth Harvest, and then Grow for Me, as I've already mentioned. And all this is in the area of agriculture, value chain activities in crop production, livestock and poultry, mechanization, precision farming, technology, digital skills, inclusive markets, trade, and agripreneurship. I would like to say that we, as Accra, continue to partner with key public-level ecosystem partners, such as the National Development Planning Commission, which we are helping. They've developed a toolkit to help the planning for long and medium-term plans to have youth-centered considerations in the years, and that I think it will be coming out soon. So currently, the planning that has been done for the next 5 years, or will be done for the next 5 years, has youth considerations carefully incorporated into it. Also working with the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, and long-standing relationship with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Accra has supported, looking at the innovative space or the agribusiness space, Accra has supported the training of scientists in master's programs and PhDs, master's program from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in plant breeding and then soil science, and then also PhDs from the West African Center for Crop Improvement, which is here, WACI, which is right here at the University of Ghana, in innovative breeding of drought-resistant, high-yielding, nutrient-dense varieties of maize, rice, soya, cassava, and others. I don't know how many of you have heard about Accra rice. And Accra rice was somebody's innovation right here at the University of Ghana through the WACI Center. So I believe that we are not only limiting things to the technology bit or the, sometimes my daughter will say, sometimes, Mommy, when we say technology, you are looking at just computer and then your phone. We are going beyond that to the labs to be able to come up with good varieties that can withstand the harsh climatic conditions that we are faced with, or we are being faced with. Last year, Ghana had challenges with drought, and I believe a number of people were affected by that. I am outlining all these because I want us to see innovation as an opportunity, and in a sector where we stand as agricultural sector, where innovation is always serving as the king. And it starts with us as youth. No, I'm not a youth anymore. It starts with you sitting right here as youth. So I will end by saying that I would like to urge all of us here to appreciate the fact that innovation thrives only because perfection never exists. Innovation thrives only because perfection never exists. I remember when the gentleman, Dr. Farid, was telling me his story from Coditech. He went through a series of trainings from Cosmos Innovation, had a lot of, I'll say a lot of challenges in the process. I remember he came, I was like, no, you have to shape your package this way. I think you should change it this way, even the labeling and all that. It doesn't end from just coming up with the idea. You go through a series of processes. So I would like to encourage our youth here that you should be more and more patient and be determined to move from one stage to the other, yes, you may get to a point where you'll be told no, but don't stop. And find other ways. As I told you about the lady's story, she ended up in Dakar. She went by road and she sold everything she took there. And that could be your story as well. Hence, we must never stop stirring up our brains and discussing our past glories and also achievements for newer and better solutions in the agriculture and climate landscape. On this note, I want to say a big thank you to KIC and thank you all for listening. We are here. I have two of my colleagues here. Ruhia, is Ruhia here? Okay, Ruhia is sitting at the back. She's in charge of youth and gender. I have right here our comm specialist for West Africa, Jesse. We have our long-term consultant, Ohene, also with us here. The team will join us tomorrow, but if you need any information on what we are doing and how we can best support, we have platforms like the Generation Africa platform. We have the Value for Her. These are all platforms that you can access and then also join the competition and win awards. Thank you.
Another former youth gives a great speech. A round of applause for Dr. Betiana, and thank you so much. When he was talking, he mentioned Kodutech a lot. 3 months ago, I was in Tamale with a friend who is an OB and Gynae from South Africa. And we're just having conversations, and the new government had announced the sanitary pad for girls thing. It's like, yeah, I have a friend who makes sanitary pads from banana and plantain stems. And she was like, really? Can you call him? It was around 9 p.m. We called Idi, Dr. Farid, and he came with packs of the sanitary pad. So this OB and Gynae takes some. She said she was going to try them for the night. She did. In the morning, she called that Farid should bring more. She's taking to South Africa. And Dr. Tokuno, you see, I'm looking at you. Next year's budget for the free sanitary pad, if the local pad producers like Farid don't have 50%, we'll go on demonstration. And everybody here will join me to go on demonstration. When we hosted the Minister of Education on the Super Morning Show, we told him that if we don't get 50%, because it's about 200 million Ghana cedis a year for sanitary pads, if the local people like Farid and co are getting 50%, which is 100 million, you've created new millionaires who will sit at the table with Dangote. So if you don't do that, we'll go on demonstration. And it's a promise. And everybody here will join me. Anamibwa, you will join me, right? Aho! 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 Using public procurement to grow our youth-led businesses. And the presidential advisor agrees. And I know that Professor Bobkin will also be on radio and you'll be pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. Thank you so much. Now, all these conversations should lead to action. And we need somebody to stir us and ginger us to go into overdrive mode so that we're as innovative as possible, we can think better and we can do better. And I don't think there is a better person here today than Dr. Michael Abu Sakara Foster. He's an agronomist, he's a development specialist, and about 8, 9, 10, 12 years ago, if Otokuno's campaign had not been stronger, he would have been the president. Please put your hands together and help me invite Dr. Michael Abu Sakara.
I think we're good afternoon now, I think. So I want to wish you all a good afternoon. I don't really know where to begin, whether I should be myself today or I should be diplomatic. But I want to say that I was encouraged to attend this event because it was a youth-focused event. As for the conferences, I've been in agriculture now for 30 years and I've had enough of them. So, but because of the youth part of it, I said, no, I must come to this one. Because I remember 30, 40 years ago, being young like yourselves, unfortunately, my motives for going into agriculture were a bit suspicious. Because when I went to the University of Reading, when you study in the UK at sixth form, you visit the universities and you choose the one you want. What motivated me was a picture on the wall of the soil science department of a young man in a field in the Philippines. So I asked the person who was taking us around, what is this photograph about, this postcard? He says, oh, this is the person who won the Arthur Hosier Award and therefore went to the Philippines for 1 year. And I said, that's the course I want. They didn't tell me that you had to win the award out of 18,000 students. I almost gave up, but my tutor and mentor said, no, you have to go. So he got the forms and gave it to me. And on the day I went there, the auditorium is bigger than this one. And I saw all these people filing in for the scholarship award. And I thought to myself, fat chance of this happening. And did it. I went out. 3 months later, I was riding down the corridor when I saw the members of the soil science, my colleagues, jumping up and down. Say, hey, what happened? I said, our department won the Arthur Hosier Award. I said, who won it? They said, you, stupid. Anyway, that was what encouraged me to get involved in international agriculture many years ago. And in those years, the thing was about farming systems. Because, and I'm coming to the point of innovation, because I want you to see the journey agriculture has gone on and where it is today. Before that, people believed that, if we come here with the big Canadian tractors and American, and we get into the African field, we'll transform the whole place overnight. So big projects were started. You had here projects like Noradeb in Tanzania. You had the Hanan project in Zambia. You had another project. And they would just open up large areas of land and cultivate and bring all the scientists there, etc. But obviously we're sitting here. That didn't work out, right? Then after that, they said, no. This system is different. We have to look at the farming system here and then, research how they do things so that we can get our act correct. So the whole farming systems research started. It was one of my era. I was at IATA in the Farming Systems Research Program. And we looked at farmers, what they did on their farms, a combination of food crops, cash crops, livestock animals, labor, who was working, who was not working, etc. So there was a whole lot of research to innovate in farming systems. And that went on for at least another 20 years. But we're still here today, right? So it obviously didn't solve the problem. It shifted the focus a little bit from those huge plantation activities focusing on cash crops to food crops, which impacted more on households, and also to the division of labor within households, looking at the role women play and so on and so forth. But it still did not catapult the agricultural transformation we wanted. So by the time I was getting ready to finish my PhD, there was a group of, I would say, senior men. President Carter, Norman Borlaug, who's the Nobel Food Laureate on agriculture, father of the Green Revolution in India, the Japanese Shipbuilding Foundation, who decided that no, it's about time. Something happened in Africa. Green Revolution. You remember those days? Green Revolution in Africa. So again, the big conferences were had. We started again. This time, let us look at the entire value chain, the system. Let's look at how we can bring technology and innovation into the system and how we can take account of all the other factors and get the productivity increases we need to sustain agriculture at the yield level that we need to catch up with India, Latin America, where we knew that the per capita food production had gone up, but ours was falling. Okay? We are a few decades on from there. There were some sparks, but the transformation has not happened, right? Because our food import bills have actually increased. Now, the question we're asking ourselves, we think that this is a policy issue, okay? This is where the innovation has shifted into. We think it's a policy issue. If now we begin, having these medium-term expenditure frameworks, and we factor in agriculture here, the ministries do A, B, C, D, and then we bring in the NGOs, bring in the donor programs, have multi-donor program activities, then maybe we can get the leverage we need, because scale became an issue. Working at scale. We could show technology worked, we could show the big productivity increases, but we could not sustain it at scale. So something was needed on the policy front in order for us to make the investments which will allow the technology to be rapidly adopted and spread countrywide, right? Well, we had Obantapa here, isn't it? It went very well. In fact, it spread from Ghana to all over East Africa. Lots of programs were involved. I think Accra did a good job on that too. Saskao Global 2000 did a good job. Our own Ghanaian scientists here at Kwaraso were the originators of Obantapa maize seed variety. And I personally oversaw, as a country director, the transformation of the maize seed industry in Uganda by almost putting my job on the line. My director told me, yeah, you can sponsor that seed farmer, but if it goes bad, we'll take it from your salary. I said, so be it, let's do it, And we started with a small lady who was working on seed farming, Gloria, and she did such a wonderful job. We packaged it, it went all over the country, and it became a staple food in Uganda. We used that model and replicated for the Nereka rice. And Uganda, which didn't grow any rice at all, started exporting rice to Kenya. Now, the bit about policy that is important in this part is that tea was being imported from Pakistan. And they threatened Kenya, they threatened Uganda that if they continued on this trend with their rice, they will no longer import the tea. Why? Because they were the big importers of rice into East Africa, and they put a tariff on it whilst they were growing the rice for export. Now, one thing I liked about East Africa, and I have to say this today, is that even as a young man, if you sit with them at the policy room and you decide that this should happen, they go and do it. They don't ask any questions. They go and do it. So they told the Pakistanis that you can impose as much tariff as you like. We have decided and we have set our objective on the rice program. Before long, you know what the Indians who were importing rice did? They bought all the rice mills. They bought all the rice that was produced. Then they sold the quota of rice that was imported at the imported price. When that rice was finished, they put all the local rice produced at the imported price, and they made more profit that way. Gradually, you found it shifting. Now, I'm saying this because innovation is not just about technology. Indeed, the level of innovation that is most important to drive technology uptake, to scale up technology uptake, is at the strategic policy level. It's like having You know those days when we didn't have the nice new airport, where now all the conveyor belts work, you know? There were some days before, and my senior colleagues will remember, when you come from London, the conveyor belts would be very nicely still. And then they will throw the bags through the hole, and then we'll climb over each other to try and find our bag. When the conveyor belt is not working, the airport is chaos. And when policy and strategic frameworks are not working, no matter what we do in the areas of intervention, it will become chaotic, it will be short-lived, and it will not be at scale. That is why I am particularly glad to see that we have a new and focused turnaround to focus on agriculture now in this country. I commend the government for that process, but before they start for themselves, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Yeah? We want to see this translate into the interventions that will do three critical things. The first is, of course, to ensure that the technology is accessible, and I see the wonderful work that is being done by the Kosmos group, the Accra group, and we hope at this level you'll continue to support and to make it interesting for young people to get involved in agriculture. Because it is true, we don't expect you to be going to the farm with a hoe and just labor like your grandfathers did. If that is the kind of agriculture we are encouraging you in, then we are not going to make much progress, because as many people as are going in, as many people will be coming out. And what we want is a net balance. Those going into agriculture will keep on increasing, and the net total number of people who stay there will be more than the people who come out. And that is something that we need to think about very carefully in our interventions. We must not take it for granted that just because 10 people have been recruited and got on board, they're staying there. So maybe 12 who have come out. The question is, why have they come out? That takes us to the next issue. Apart from access to technology, access to financing, etc., there's the transaction costs. People forget that most of the innovations that you to make today, they have to rest on the foundation of the fundamentals in agriculture. They don't hang in the air with their legs up there. You don't build a castle with spires. You have to have a wall. Yeah? So you bring in these innovations, they have a bad habit of increasing the total cost. You know, most innovations involve an element of cost. But that cost is offset by two things. It's offset by the efficacy and efficiency of technology. Maybe you use less resources than you would have used. But it's also offset by the productivity gains that you get. That ensures that you get returns for investment. But a large part of the overall calculation of whether you've made profit or not comes to rest on transaction costs that are outside of your purview. What is your transportation cost? What was the input cost? What was the cost of credit? What is your marketing costs? What are your storage costs, etc.? These things are not things that farmers have direct influence on. They are things that are shaped by the policy environment and where you're working. So Chuku, who is in the middle of the bush there, after he's got the successful effort of a big poultry output for the year, he now has to come out from the bush with it. Did he build a road to get to the bush? How much of his capital was involved in building the road to the bush? And I've had this personal experience. You make a 14-kilometer road with your tractor and whatever into the bush so that you can access your farm. By the end of the season, The whole town, the whole villages have been using that as the main road, and the trucks have created crates in it. And when you load your tractor, you cannot come out with the goods. Meanwhile, you go to the district chief executive, you didn't help me do this road. Everybody is using it. At least help me maintain it. Where do you get the support for that? So those are the areas now where they're rightfully in the purview of public sector investment to ensure that we reduce the transaction costs. And one of the key things I think will help our youth tremendously, and even our economy tremendously, is to ensure that we shift our focus from roads to water. We did not build the Volta Lake. We were gifted it by our predecessors. 420 kilometers of inland water. And yet, what percentage of the bulk transportation that goes beyond Accra, reaching Brong Ahafo, the north, and even servicing our neighbors, goes by water? When I moved my tractors from Accra to the north, they had to be parked at Kosmos for almost 2 weeks. By the time we had paid everything, I might as well have got a truck and put them on there and taken them. That should not be the case, because water transport should be costing us 30% of what it costs to send by road. Already, that is a reduction in transaction costs. That gives the young people that little bit of more room to say, yeah, since I have room here, I will invest in this technology that will give me a better efficiency, better efficacy, and returns for labor. So we have to be conscious, always. This is just one example. There are many more examples. We have to do rail as well, you know. And at the end of the day, I don't want to mention any names, but I told somebody that, look, if at the end of your tenure, you don't build one hospital, you don't build one school, but you are able to connect the rail from Tema to Paga and the water from Akosombo to Bipe, you would have done more than any president since Kwame Nkrumah. Why? Because you connect a population of 32 million. Add Niger, Burkina, now will be more than 100 million. And they have to come through us. Don't forget they're fighting with their friends, which is good for us. This will only last for so long, so take advantage of it. So that transaction cost will accrue more to us. And you can imagine the market we can access. These are the big things, the strategic things that we need to focus on. And then backwards, we can see how we can make available a percentage of certain income. The youth are not going to wait forever. So we can't just promise them one-time interventions. It has to be a percentage of our income. We're not waiting for NGOs. We're not talking to the EU. A percentage of our income every year that goes to support the innovations and investments, so that at least we know out of those coming from school, so many will address that every single year. That is how we make the progress and the transformation that we need. As I sat here, I observed that there are many things happening at the lower level. To sustain those interventions, sooner or later, the youth will run into the monster of market. And then they'll say, hey, you told me to get involved in this. Now look, I have all this produce, I can't sell it to anybody. So the pleasure that he derived from your assisting him becomes anger that he's stuck with these things and he can't get them anywhere. So our innovations have to include agro-processing as a focal point And I'm not talking about big factories everywhere. No. In the enclaves that you are going to focus on, let government focus on creating the infrastructure for the enclave. Let private entrepreneurs support services out of those enclaves. And those who are interested in agro-processing, you support them to go that next step with equipment and processing so that we take advantage of all these investments that we're making and all the successes that we see happening. That is how we sustain. Don't forget, we talk about sustaining innovation. The worst part of farming is to have success that is not sustained. Because at the end of the day, it becomes a financial loss to you. And for those people who are now thinking about going into agriculture, there was a statement that was made by our director from Accra about the determination and persistence. It is not innovation by itself, but it is a key element of being able to sustain innovation. Because the first time you try it, it may not work. There are not many things that work the first time you try them. But you try it again and you have learned something. And you apply what you have learned to that new situation and you see that success begins to come. So that big word innovation, as the lady said, don't folk think that it's all about electronics and technical things and scientific things. No. Innovation is simply a new way of doing something that you have done before. It could be a movement innovation. I decide that in the ergonomics of how I'm doing this work, instead of doing it this way, I better do it this way first and then come back and do it this way. And I measure my productivity and I realized it has affected my productivity, it's gone up. So we shouldn't be fixed. That is just the fancy things, digital mapping, etc. I took my young friends, I always associate myself with young people. So I told them, no, I'll give you contract. You come and map my farm for me, and then we'll get our boundaries and share the land, etc. We went there with our drone only to find out they couldn't get GPS signal. So infrastructure to support innovation is also very important because some of the technologies ride on the back of infrastructure that we need to invest in. I want to finish my presentation by just focusing on what we need to do to go to scale, because that is very important. I remember going to Malaysia. It was a conference on the effect of phosphatic fertilizers on improving the productivity of palm nut plantations. And my original background was in soil science. And even though I went to plant sciences later on, it was always my first love. So I always liked to go to those kinds of conferences. So we went there and it's in an auditorium like this. They finished the lecture. We visited the plantations, and I was speaking on this topic. And there was an old man at the back who was just sitting there very quietly. And when we finished, we were having coffee. So I could see this man was deliberately meandering his way towards me. Eventually, he got to me and congratulated me, and we started talking. And said, I was one of the scientists that came to Ghana to get the seedlings of palm. And I thought to myself, wow. First of all, I was impressed that somebody who is retired still attends institutional conferences. In Ghana here, when you're retired and you show your face, hey, don't come here, your time is over. It's a very funny situation. Most places I go to, People who are retired are warmly welcome. They're not looking for salary. They just want to contribute and keep their brains engaged. But here in Ghana, I asked my friends, but because I live near CSIR in the airport. So I said, but when you come to CSIR, come and visit me. We talk. Saying, Doc, when I pass the gate, even the looks I get, I myself sacked myself. So this is a culture we have to change, because the back of innovation is knowledge. And there's a lot of knowledge in the minds, I wouldn't say heads, in the minds of people who have had a lot of experience. But anyway, so he came to me, and then he said to me, so since then, what is the acreage of palm nut plantation in Ghana? So I took another drink to wet my throat, and I thought to myself, this question is very embarrassing to give the real answer. So I had to just say, well, you know, we've made at least a 5-6-fold increase from where we started. Now even we only have 360,000 hectares. That is between 300 and 360 hectares. But by then even it was even less. Of course, I had to talk about the progress, so I talked about the fold increase we had from where we started. So I said to him, yeah, I saw that you had quite a lot of, plantations of palm nut. He said, yes. We're now at about 2.3 million. It's now about 2.6 million hectares, you know. And I wasn't sure which hand to hold my drink in, whether the left hand or the right hand, but I kept passing it, you know. And I thought to myself, when I come home, I'm going straight to Mofa. You know, but here is a case in point where it is not enough just to innovate with the technology. You have to scale up to get that impact. It was on the back of their palm oil that Malaysia was able to restrain itself from borrowing money to invest in their real crude oil. And therefore, they brought in the technology and they own their own oil. Are we together? So from one oil, they have gone to another type of oil. So if you build the foundation in agriculture, it will free you up to be able to do other things. And the reason this is important for you, the young people, is that you don't want to be bound by the same boa constriction economy that has held our country since our independence. You want to be free so that you can explore your talent to the full. If somebody tells me that with all these professorships and big PhD degrees that we, my generation, have achieved our full potential, I'll say no. Half the things I dreamed of doing, we never did them. Half the things my generation dreamed we would achieve, we have not achieved them. I don't want that to be your story. I want it to be that you have surpassed the things you've dreamt of doing, because you have figured out that knowledge, understanding, and wisdom are 3 different things, and you must apply wisdom to apply your resources properly so that you get to where you want to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. Another round of applause for him. So when you were speaking and you were talking about Malaysia, it readily took me to Singapore as well. So Malaysia and Singapore, they are neighbors, right? And if you look at Singapore with no proper natural resources, one of the biggest agribusinesses in the world is from Singapore, because somebody applied wisdom, right? And we have the resources and you're unable to do that. So as youth, you have knowledge, but apply the wisdom and innovate to keep everything moving, the conveyor belt moving, right? No chaos at the airport. No chaos. Thank you so much, Dr. Sakara. So we have a lot of things coming up today. We've heard the speeches, we've been gingered, our speakers have shared experiences with us as well. What is left is how we discuss and build upon what they've told us to be better tomorrow. And so what's going to happen for the rest of the day is that we are going to take a quick snack break. After that, we'll come back here and we'll have the panel sessions. Now, the first panel session is on the future of food, youth at the center of Africa's agri transformation. Now, this panel session will be moderated by our own sister, Barbara Ganza, CEO of Zinari Capital. Barbara. So that is Barbara. And the panelists are Dr. Peter Boamo Otokuno, Isaac Cedi, CEO of Cedi Technologies, Godfred Odamtensoa of MasterCard Foundation, and Baba Asante, she's a business development executive at Interplast. So that will be the first panel session. The second panel session will be moderated by Ato Ozenapia from KIC Entrepreneurship Development Specialist. That one is on food innovation and product development, solving local challenges with local solutions for the global market. The panelists are Mavis Oreku Asari, CEO and founder of Impact Hub. Eric Agbozo is CEO of Seco Chocolate. And we have Dode Seidu, CEO and founder of Africa Trade Academy. They are going to be on this panel. So two very important panel sessions are coming up today. And then later we'll have the plenary where we'll be talking about the youth-driven circular economy, turning food waste into business. We have Ohene Damte from Accra moderating that. And then the presenters will be Bubu Kumoji, Deputy Innovation Manager at Jekura Ventures, Hannah Apia, co-founder of Makan Cosmetics, Najat Mohammed, co-founder of TechCycle, and Abdul Otu, co-founder of Jazz Grow. So these are going to be the sessions we are going to have today. But before we do these things, I'd like to have a photo session with our speakers and our special guests. So Prof. Bobkin, Dr. Otokuno, Dr. Abu Sakara, Dr. Betty, where is Dr. Anan? Okay, Dr. Anan as well. Godfred, please come up here for a photo session. I want you to take the first photo, then the next group will come, then the next group will come. So our main speakers, please come for the first photo session. I think Ben should join them. Ben, all the people who have spoken so far. So Mr. Ivo, please join them as well. I want all the people who have spoken so far to come up the stage for the first photo session. Yes, this stage, please. Please come up here. Yeah. Shortest in front, please. Please wait. I want the board members to join as well. So, Jifa, Mr. Brown, kindly join. And then all the speakers and the panelists here. Mavis, I can see you. Hannah, please join. I want everybody speaking today to also join. So we see your faces before we start. So please join for me. Barbara, kindly join. Dr. Louis Asoya, please join. Isaac Cedi, all speakers, all panelists, kindly join so that, yes. And I'd like to say a big thank you to TV3, Joy News, the Ghana News Agency, for capturing today's event, for covering this. We hope to see it in the news today and tomorrow.
It's like moving the whole University of Ghana from here.
Isaac, come. Isaac, stand here. Yes, we're okay. We're okay. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our speakers. Thank you all so much. So we are going to just have, I really don't want to allow the snack break because we've not done too well with time. But I cannot also deny you your snack break. So if we can take about 10 minutes to stretch and have our snack break, is 12:29. If we can all get here by 12:45, so that we have the first panel session, because I know that Dr. Tokuno may have to leave us early, or we should just carry on and go for lunch when it's time for lunch, right? Do we agree? Oh, yes, I'm not hearing it well. If you agree, then we can just skip the snack break and have the first panel session. All right, so since it's an agric innovation event, you cannot deny the people from benefiting from the produce of agric. We should have the snack break, but please, let's take a hard 15 minutes. Let's go have the snacks and come back so that we have the panel sessions. So it's 12:30 exactly on my phone. Please, let's go out for the snack break and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet. Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet. Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet. Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet. Ghana, West Africa. An agricultural powerhouse where entrepreneurs are turning local crops into global opportunities. These are Ghana's social impact champions. This is Inside Africa. As Ghana's social entrepreneurs continue to push new ideas to market, another force is at work behind the scenes, helping those dreams grow into sustainable businesses. In Accra, the Kosmos Innovation Center, or KIC, is coaching, funding, and connecting the next wave of agri-innovators.
Cosmos Innovation Center is a not-for-profit organization focused on grooming young people in Ghana and also across the continent to create innovative solutions.
KIC says its mission is simple: unlock young Ghanaians' ideas to solve real challenges across the food system.
The whole idea is to really tap into the innovative mindset, innovative thinking of young people in Ghana to really solve the real challenges that farmers, agribusiness practitioners, agricultural practitioners are facing.
Since launch, KIC has trained thousands, and those founders say the impact is being passed on. With life expectancy in Ghana around 66 years, and the average farmer between 45 and 55, KIC is focused on cultivating a new generation of farmers to safeguard the nation's food security for the future.
The average age of the Ghanaian farmer is 58. Retirement is around 60 years. So if you really put all these numbers together, food sovereignty, food production, and the fact that we'll be able to feed ourselves was really at risk. And so we decided to create this program to get young people to it.
Among the startups graduating through its program, Farm Estates, an urban hydroponic farm growing vegetables in tiny controlled spaces.
At Farm Estates, we produce leafy green and fruity vegetables, which are all clean, pesticide-free, and devoid of any chemicals. Through the program, we were mentored and then we were also coached. We were given a lot of lessons about how businesses grown, and then by God's grace, we were able to win a grant of $40,000.
Farm Estates are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of the food that people eat, bringing the farms closer to the consumer and using technology to automate the growing process.
As a techie, I would love to use automation to cater for something like irrigation, cater for something like temperature and humidity. We decided to incorporate AI into it to make sure that if we are not here and anything happens, the AI will be able to correct the problems by itself before even we get in to do anything.
For KIC, startups like Farm Estates point to a bigger goal: businesses built to last, not just to launch.
The target that we've given to ourselves as an organization is about 90% success for the businesses that we give funding to.
And as Ghana and Africa grow, the stakes keep rising.
The last time I checked, everybody eats. And since everybody eats, it means nutrition is very important. And for Ghana and Africa generally, the data is telling us that we are going to have the largest youth population. And you know how much youth consume food. Therefore, it is important that we also do the right things now to be able to give the nutrition to the growing population in Africa.
By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. For programs like KIC, that's a demographic wave and a responsibility.
We are looking at growing beyond Ghana. In the next 10 years, our goal is to really impact about 2 million youth across the continent. What the space needs is more technical support. The space needs more funding and sustained funding, because it is important that this funding comes in and they are sustained.
Whether on a rural farm, a chocolate lab, or a hydroponic box, Ghana's social entrepreneurs are chasing the same goal: good business that does good. For farmers, for communities, for the planet.
Right, so welcome back from the snack break. We all agreed to do 15 minutes, but we've done 30 minutes. But I think it's fair for the number of people we have here. That's fair. So please, those in the auditorium, take your seats, because we are going to have the first panel session. All those in the auditorium, if you can hear me, kindly take your seats so that we have the first panel session. Now, the first panel session is on the future of food. But before we even get into that panel session, I'd like to acknowledge our sponsors and partners for this year's AIA. We have Kosmos Energy. Let's put our hands together for Kosmos. Kosmos has been the backbone of the KIC, and they've been with us throughout the years. Thank you so much for to Kosmos. We also have Accra. Let's put our hands together for Accra, ladies and gentlemen. And a business I'm happy to mention today, from a startup in KIC to a sponsor of the AIA, Complete Farmer. Let's put our hands together for Complete Farmer. And we have Coliplast as well. If you want anything in irrigation, anything to do with pipe, storage, water, you need to talk to Coliplast. FVV Foods. FVV Foods is a product of New Age, and New Age is also a sponsor. Let's show some love to FVV, Coliplast, and New Age. We also have our partners for the master classes. We have the Food and Drug Authority, we have the Ghana Standard Authority, and we have the Africa Skills Hub. Those who registered for the skills training, I believe, have started the skills training with Africa Skills Hub. So at this point, I'd like to invite the moderator for the panel. She's going to introduce her panelists, and in 30 minutes, they're going to have a conversation on the future of food, youth at the center of Africa's agric transformation. And our moderator is the CEO of Zinari Capital. Please help me welcome Barbara Gunn to take over for the first panel discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I find myself here this afternoon to moderate this panel on the future of food, youth at the center of Africa's agricultural transformation. We've heard a lot about all the speakers in the morning, and I think that one thing that got stuck in my mind, Professor Boppin's words, that we must own our food systems. To own the food systems means we can develop our food systems to the point where we can feed ourselves and even feed the rest of the world. But a lot of work needs to be done. And we heard from various speakers, from Dr. Tukono, who took us through the various government initiatives that are being put in place to make sure that we can drive the transformation of agriculture in Ghana. We've heard of Dr. Foster's advice on key strategic areas that needs to be focused on. And at the end of the day, we also heard a lot about how key the youth, and also women are to driving this transformation. So to join me in this panel, we have Dr. Irene Shen, who is from the President's Office for Special Initiatives for Agriculture. Correct me if I've gotten it wrong. She'll be joining us for this panel. We have Isaac Cedi, CEO of Cedi Technologies. And please be joining us as I mention your name. From the MasterCard Foundation, we have Godfred Odamtin Soa. And last but not the least, we have Madam Baba Asante from Interplus Ghana Limited. My distinguished panelists, you are most welcome. And we'll spend we've been given 30 minutes, and we have to make sure we don't exceed that time. It's before lunchtime, so people can get upset with us if we talk too much. So we'll go straight into the subject for discussion, which is how we can use policy, finance, innovation, and technology and infrastructure to help drive the sustainable and inclusive transformation of the agriculture or food systems in Africa. So let's start with Dr. Irene Shen. Amy, okay. Sorry for that. Doc, can you start us off by giving us some context into what, I think we heard a lot in the morning about the policy initiatives that are being rolled out, but what is the focus particularly of government when it comes to specific goals that are being set for the involvement of the youth and also women in agriculture in the next, in the medium term, let's say?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very honored to stand in the big shoes of my boss, Dr. Peter Otokuno, who has had to go away to attend to an equally important assignment. Well, as it was said earlier, the government and the office of the president responsible for agric and agribusiness has the interest, first of all, to boost agriculture, because it's been found that the way to go now is agric and agribusiness. I have always argued that for Ghana, the problem is not so much with production, but what we do with what we have processed. So what we do with what we have produced. So now, agribusiness is the way to go now. Processing, packaging, and saving what we have produced. We cannot always push policies that are geared towards production when the little that we have, we are not saving, we are not protecting. So even though it's the focus of the government to improve production, we are also interested in processing, keeping, storing what we have. So with the youth and agric, it is the major focus of the government. So most of the policies that we have are geared towards increasing the participation of women and youth. So for most of the initiatives that are being run by the government, we try an inclusive approach. We give a good percentage to women and then the youth participating. So for example, the Red Palm project or initiative, that is to increase the production, the cultivation of oil palm in Ghana. We have 30% going to women, encouraging as much as 30% of women to go into the cultivation and then processing. We know oil palm processing is done mostly by women. And now we are not only looking at it on the small scale. We are building the capacity of women and then the youth to go into cultivation and also participation. So by way of policy, the government is doing a lot in encouraging women and youth to participate in most of the programs that are being initiated by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Godfrey, can we hear something from you on what MasterCard Foundation is doing to empower the youth and also women in agriculture?
Can you hear me? No, thank you. Thank you, Barbara. So, yes, the MasterCard Foundation, as you all well know, it's implementing the Young Africa Work strategy in Africa, which essentially is to enable 30 million young people access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. 70% of these young people should be young women. In Ghana, that translates to 3 million young people accessing dignified and fulfilling work by 2030, 70% being young women. We've deployed quite a number of programs that are intentionally focusing on young people, especially women. Programs around access to finance, programs around agriculture in particular, even with KIC. I mean, you heard when the various speakers were on the podium, attesting to the fact that there's quite a number of initiatives that are being deployed to ensure that young people with brilliant ideas are being nurtured, even at the very early stages, to a level where they are not being recognized internationally and things like that. So there's quite a number of things that we are doing. The approach has been that how do we provide these young people with the skill set to actively participate in the current systems that we have now, in a way where they are thriving, and it also has to be sustainable, you see. And so when we say 360, what are their challenges currently? What are their barriers? We talk about things around access to finance. There's a lot of restrictions around that. In areas where they even have the access to finance, it's expensive, it's prohibitive, access to markets. It's one of the areas that we hardly talk about, but it's also a very big problem, because then without access to market, these young people can't access the financial structures and all of that. And then also, even for women, there are additional barriers that they face. I was having a conversation with a gentleman during the snack time, and I was trying to explain to him that if you look at a family setting of 5 young people, maybe 2 females and 3 male, you visit them over the weekend. Typically, you find the young women in the kitchen. They are the ones washing the plate. They are the ones cooking, and the young men are the ones playing football or doing their homework and things like that. So what I'm trying to say is there's additional barriers that young women face. And so our programs really are very intentional, and it's one of the reasons why we are saying 70% young women, because we want to be intentional to see how we can work together to address these challenges, equip them with the skill set they need, enable access to finance, but also market linkages, land access, and even the mindset change. And these are very evident in the programs that we are running. KIC is a clear example. I know we don't have too much time, and so, I mean, on a broader level, these are the programs that I'll touch on. At some point, we'll go into the details. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Godfred. And it's good to know that you are not just looking at direct access to finance, but also helping them to address the barriers that limit this access to finance. Now let's get to Baba. Baba, from the perspective of Interplast, and also generally as a corporate entity, what role do you see the private sector playing in shaping the future of the youth in agriculture, and particularly helping them with the technology and also the infrastructure support, particularly narrowing it down on your product development related to irrigation systems?
Solutions and then the sprinkler solutions we have. In terms of the youth development, we have a team of experts when it comes to irrigation. And one gap we've seen and we've observed over the years is about employing the right irrigation technologies in agriculture and in our farming activities. So in line with that, we got our experts together and we rolled out programs and capacity building programs we started running in terms of irrigation. In line with that, talk of various schools we've engaged with, like SPACO, beginning of this year we're at SPACO. We went to train the students on drip irrigation setup. We've been doing community outreaches, mostly involving the youth, because we realized that you go talk to anyone about the older generation, about irrigation, and even the youth. You talk to people, and then the next thing that comes to mind is, oh, but it's been raining, so why bother myself with that? And then we realize this is a problem that has to be fixed. Where do we get this fixed? It is the upcoming generation, the future generation, which is the youth. And that is how come we geared our attention towards that. So in terms of capacity building over the years, we've been engaged in various training programs and also the awareness creation and also manufacturing products that are in line with climate smart irrigation. Yeah.
So it's not just about doing business as usual, but
not
helping
at all
to mitigate some of the risk
definitely
to do with climate climate changes,
Yes.
and also how we can support the youth and others in agriculture with the right tools. Okay,
Right.
thank you for that, Baba. Now, Isaac, as the, I believe I'm right, maybe I'm making a mistake, but as the only young person or the only youth, if we are to use the, and maybe I'll later on come to Doc and Godfrey to confirm the definition for youth. But you are CEO of Cedi Technologies, and this is one of the notable youth-led enterprises in Ghana. Can you share with us your experience or what lessons you have to share with other young people here who are listening, who are looking to also follow in your path? But also particularly with all that we've heard about all the various support initiatives that have been ongoing, how have these helped shape, that is if they have in any way at all, helped shape your journey?
Check 2. All right. Thank you very much for that. Yes. So for the last 10 years, I have been working to bring technology in, use technology to solve problems in the agri sector to help increase productivity and reduce losses. This is one of our homegrown technology solutions. It's called the GrainMate Grain Moisture Meter, and I was excited when both Dr. Peter and Dr. Betty actually mentioned it as a solution that is developed in Ghana for the Ghanaian and African value chain. And I would say that Ghanaian young people have the capability to develop technologies that solve pressing problems in Ghana and in Africa. A lot of the time when we think about technology, we think about ourselves as technology importers. We have to go and bring in technology from somewhere to solve our problems. When we have the expertise, we have the skills, and most importantly, we have the local context to develop technologies that solve the very problems that we have here. And if given the necessary and the right support, can build these technologies to become businesses that create value, that employ other young people, and that contributes to the development of the country through taxes and other benefits. And so for my journey, I would tell you that trying to bring technology into the agricultural space is not a straightforward journey. It's not very easy because it would surprise you that over the course of several decades, there has been little that has changed in the way we farm day in, day out. And so a lot of technologies you bring in, or a lot of the challenges that we have, you don't have an immediately obvious solution to it, which now leads you to really think about this technology I'm bringing, how you have to think about the technological innovation aspect, you have to think about the business model innovation aspect, and you have to think about a lot of things that are not immediately obvious. And it's not an easy journey, but I'll tell you for a fact that there are a lot of innovators like myself, as so many of whom have been mentioned by the different speakers, that have gone through their journey, that are doing it, that have achieved good levels of success across what they're doing. And I would say that if you have a solution, if you have a problem you've identified, and you think that you have the skills, you have the passion to go for it and develop a solution, definitely do that. It's a journey that is definitely going to be worth it. And with all of the initiatives that are coming up, and with all of the support programs, KIC and others, there are opportunities there that will take you from just having an idea to building a technology and a business that actually creates value.
Thank you, Isaac. So would you say the support available now is adequate, more than enough for the youth to become more involved in agriculture? Or are there specific areas that you think that government, development partners, private sector, and others, other ecosystem players can be doing more?
I would say that there has definitely been an increase in the number of support opportunities available. When I started about 10 years ago, the opportunities that there are now, we didn't have back then. But even so, there is still a lot that is left to be done in providing support to people who are trying to do things. And so, yes, there are more innovators or more young people out there that need to be supported than there are support opportunities. Now, when you look at the landscape of those support opportunities, we see that a lot of the support is coming in at the initial phases and stages like KIC and other programs that help innovators get people off the ground. But then when you get to a place where, okay, now you have a product, you have entered the market, and you now need to be able to scale, there you see that the support dries out or dries up, and there are just not that many opportunities for you to get that follow-on funding to scale. And so when it comes to catalytic funding, that bridge between where you started, like that bridge between, where you have developed the product to when you actually are can attract the very large investment from VCs and other commercial kinds of capital. There is a big gap in there, and so you have a lot of businesses that get to that stage and then they don't get the support, and unfortunately they fold up because they've not gotten to the point where they can access commercial funding, but they've also exhausted the initial opportunities that are available. So that type of support, we need more of that. We need a lot of regulatory, there's a lot of assumption that entrepreneurs, you get to a stage and it's like you have to know all of the regulations that you need to meet, FDA, GSA, and so on. There is a lack of support in that space as well when it comes to even export support, helping you put yourself in a position where your products are competitive on the market outside of Ghana. There is a lack of support. So if there is more, if there are areas that should be looked at, this would be one of this. These would be some of the areas that should be looked at.
All right. Thank you very much, Isaac. And I think you shared a lot for others to join. So maybe, yes, I'll get to you very soon. Okay.
It could be advisory services. And what I would add to is that we make the effort. Sometimes you don't just sit that, oh, there is no support available. What effort have you made in looking for the support? Like Kojo mentioned in the morning, that in one of these programs, he came in contact with somebody who asked him what he could do when he's given a plot of land. And in a week, if he had not made that decision and then the effort, he wouldn't have been where he is today. So it is not always about money. And even if it's money, it shouldn't be, it's not always about big money. When we were here in the morning and then there was mention made of the grain meter, I was imagining some huge machine or only to find it's just this. So we shouldn't always sit and fold our hands that there is no help. As I talk, we have, the government has service plots, large, huge tracts of land that are serviced, ready to be taken up. And then the focus is on youth, but you don't have them coming. You see, so I would also want to encourage the youth here. There are serviced plots of land available that if you want to farm, will be made available to you and then you could farm. So the help is all around. So let's make the effort to look for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's a very clear message to the youth. Don't just be dreaming of money. And in any case, I think so we'll change the word from finance or money to capital. Land is one of the sources of capital that can be used in setting up businesses. So the service lands, other various forms of support initiatives that the government is trying to make available to you if you want to get into agriculture. Because as we all know, it is no longer just farming, it is agribusiness now and requires a lot of innovation. So finally, maybe Godfrey, when it comes to the missing middle, the topic of finance for the missing middle, like Isaac was trying to establish. So once we have helped these businesses set up and they've reached the point where, or the stage where they need to scale, are there any interventions from your end that they can reach out for? And maybe you can do that as quickly as possible, then we can ask the audience to also chip in.
Yes, there are quite a number of programs that we are running that seeks to move entrepreneurs who have gotten to a level where they need that support to scale. Case in point is one of the programs called Pathway to Scale that tries to identify successful businesses that have been running a profitable line for the past 3 years to the level where they now need that additional injection to scale. But you see, sometimes it's also good to step back a bit and try to understand the nature of the problem. And if you permit me, just about 2 minutes on this. You sometimes looking at this from the angle where you want to see maybe financing coming from one end where you can source and then you move to the next level, which is fine. But it's also good to take a step back to understand the nature of the problem. Why are agribusinesses not able to access funding? Why is it that the financial institutions are reluctant to actively play in that space? Okay, and for the agribusinesses who are able to get funding, why is it sometimes so expensive? Who else has to be in that conversation? Is it the policymaker? Is it the regulator? And so when you step back and look at it from this angle, you realize that it's not just about churning out new products or new funding mechanisms, but it's about catalyzing the entire ecosystem in a way where everybody has been enabled and has the capability to solve a very small problem where they are. So distributing the ability to solve. And that's exactly what the MasterCard Foundation is trying to do. We have gone into partnerships that seeks to convene partners, regulators, financial institutions, leveraging business development providers. Why? Because most of these agribusinesses are not investment ready, right? And so we need to bring them to that stage. We also need to get the banks to the level where they understand how these agribusinesses are operating. And so we have a program where we're working with CAPLAS where we are strengthening financial institutions and even the regulator to create an enabling environment. You see, when you look at it from that angle, it then becomes a lot more sustainable because then it's not one entity trying to do everything, but distributing the ability to solve where we all have a skin in the game, we understand where we want to go to, and we are working collectively towards that goal. And so when you do that, you realize that it's an entire movement, you see. And so it will be also, helpful that we have conversations, but also think of it from that angle that how do we leverage assets to ensure that we are all sort of catalyzing impact and all of that. You can talk about our partnership with APSA, where we are blending philanthropic capital with private capital. You can talk about a whole bunch of sort of programs that we've deployed currently. And so we are very much logged in to do this. We are also working with missionary organizations like KIC and the like as we move along this journey. And so please let's keep having this conversation and let's see how we can catalyze that movement. Thank you.
Very good, Wendy. Well noted. So now we can't have a successful panel session without some interactions with the audience. I know our time is almost up, but if we can get one or two questions or any comments, suggestions. All right, there's one hand up. Maybe we have one lady, one gentleman, just to be fair.
Hello? All right, thank you very much. It's a very brief question and it goes to Madam. Okay. You are from Interplus, beautiful. And my question is, if a young man in this room wants to go into agriculture and wants to do irrigation, what is the cost of your pipe to that young agricultural guy as against somebody who wants to roof his storyboarding? Is it the same cost? If it's the same cost, why? And then the second one is your corporate social responsibility when it comes to installation of the irrigation system in the farm. Is it free or will you charge the young guy who wants to go into agriculture? Won't you use that as your corporate social responsibility to help the youth go into agriculture? If your product is very attractive, it will help a lot of people to go into agriculture. And that buttresses on the comment my brother just made right now about not getting finance for some of these things. The issue is that the middlemen are able to get finance, but the farmers themselves are not able to get the finance. The reason is that they are being able to link the market to the crops. So the middlemen buy it and go and sell it at a higher price. And their account is always being operated and their account is good, so they end up getting the money. So if we shift from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation, the banks can give them money because they will be assured that the products are not only dependent on rain, but whether there is rain or not, they will still get their products that they want. They will be able to sell it and then give them the monies that they want to pay as loans. Thank you.
All right, so that was both a comment and a question. So Baba will take the question and then we'll take the second one. But please, because of time, let's try to make our questions and comments as brief as possible. When we go on the next break or for lunch, you can continue with the one-on-one interactions with any of the panelists.
Okay, so I know wherever Interplus gets costing comes. Yes, because of the perception people have about our products. It's all because it boils down to quality and also certain things that go on the market that in a way interferes with our pricing. But yes, as you rightly mentioned, when it comes to farming, agric, as we said, our focus is just to render solutions. So when it comes to our pipe, we have the agric grade we manufacture. So when it comes to irrigation in itself, you know the pipes we manufacture, I mentioned we have the UPVC, the HDPE, the PPR, and the rest. For irrigation, mostly we recommend the HDPE pipe, the black type. I don't know if you've seen. We have the gray one we use in our homes, the hard rigid pipe, UPVC, and then we have the black type, which is the HDPE. The reason why we look at that is with that one, with the HDPE material, it is such that as it's laid on the sun, when the sun scorches on it, because so far as it's for farm work, it will be laid on the farm, and it will have direct exposure to sunlight. As it scorches on it, there is expansion and contraction. That activity creates tension on the pipe. So when you are doing irrigation or farming, we mostly recommend you use the HDPE pipe as per the UPVC. We manufacture UPVC also. So mostly when you come to the irrigation units, we always ask what you are using the pipes for before we supply. For the UPVC, considering the rigid nature of it, so you realize that if those that are currently into crop production and are using pipes, you realize when you have the UPVC pipe on your farm, for a while, it's become brittle and then starts cracking. it isn't because of the poor quality of the pipe, no. But it's because it isn't at the right place at the right time. So this is the grade we use for irrigation, the HDPE. Talk of the HDPE pipes, generally compared to UPVC pipes, HDPE pipes are, in terms of pricing, have come at a higher rate than the UPVC. So to help with irrigation, we've manufactured the same HDPE pipes that come at a lower cost, and then to serve the farms. Aside that, in terms, same on the costing, looking at an irrigation solution that would be helpful, mostly, that is why we've been championing the drip irrigation solution. Drip system is just as you've gone to the hospital and then you are not well and they put something on you called IV. Some say drip. It's a similar concept. So these pipes have holes created in them at various spacing criteria. And the whole idea with the drip system is the water has to drip directly to the root zone of the plant. And that is with the climate smart irrigation technology solution I was talking about that Interplast has focused on. Precision agriculture, giving the water when it is required and where it has to go. So this solution we've manufactured for farms, and it's all with the thought of costing. We have put together a complete package where, if, for instance, a young farmer, you come and you say, I have a half plot size farm. There is an already made package that comes with a drip line, the HDPE pipe, filter, accessories, everything the farmer will need to do the setup. All what you need is, it's an off-shelf solution that is even includes the design, the irrigation installation, the setup and all that. So we have some young ones that are technically inclined. They come and then we give them the manual and then they go to their farms and they're able to set it up. To make it even more cheaper and sustainable, we have done this gravity, we've centered it as a gravity system, such that you don't need a pump to operate this system. All what you need is you get a tank, you place it at the center of the farm, elevate it 2 meters high, and then you are good to go. So even if it's for your small garden, your backyard, whatever size that the young one is able to start with, you have an irrigation solution to help you. And drip can be used for any other crop, with the exception of cereals like rice. You know rice, mostly we do the basin or the flood irrigation. Any other crop you want to use to irrigate, you can. And then the next question I think was about the installation. Whether we incorporate that as part of our CSR, yes and no. Yes, in the sense that, yes, as part of our CSR with irrigation units, as I said, is to render solution. So, honestly, over the years, young farmers that have come into contact with my team, anytime you come, we always bent on helping, in the sense that we've had graduates from the University of Ghana Agri School. I remember a recent example. They came that they've been given a land at the University of Ghana farms and they need to set up an irrigation system and all that. I got my team to come over, assessed, and then handled the installation. That doesn't mean it is something we always do, because we are a profit-making institution. But then case-by-case basis, we always try to put in our best in how to support. For instance, if you have a farm all the way to Paga, all the way to Navrongo, that's quite a distance to travel. So in this case, we just come in to see how best we can subsidize the cost. Sometimes we travel all the way to, I did an installation at Sumbrungu with my team in Bolga. We went all the way there, we bought the cost for the installation and all, but we made the young farmers purchase the kits. So these are ways, we work around supporting. So we just don't, it's not all about you coming to buy a package, no. And even the kits, we've subsidized the costs, and mostly if you come and you're a young farmer, we have subsidized costs we give them, and then subsidized packages that go out for them. So these are things we've put in place into helping. So I don't know if I've answered all the questions. I think unless there is any other, but then this is, and I think there was something on financing. How do we help with financing?
Baba, maybe for the sake of time,
okay,
I would suggest that we quickly take, that is if Kojo is still going to give us some little extra time. Do we have time to take that one more question, or she'll get upset with you? Yeah, okay, so let's quickly
Okay,
take that question,
that's
and then we can continue the interaction with the gentleman
Sure.
later on.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Wendy from Yurusuma Ghana Limited. My question is to the MasterCard senior officer. Sorry, I didn't get much. So my question is, why is it difficult for us to access your BG Agro business loan as entrepreneurs? Because I was told 1 month. We end up being 6 months. After all valuation is done, the bank just left us. So is there any way that we can access directly without going through that much stress with the banks? Or thank you.
Thank you for that. This is a very quick one. I know the banks have their own profiling that they do, but the program itself is not designed for you to go through this lengthy process. And so this is good feedback that you're sharing with me. I'll touch base with you offline, see which bank you're having these challenges, and then see how we can check with them what the challenge is. It shouldn't be case by case. The way the program has been designed, it's supposed to be a very quick turnaround. And so such feedbacks sort of helps us to go back and have discussions and align with them on how best we can all move forward. So thank you for sharing that. We'll take that offline. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very, very much, my distinguished panelists, for sharing your thoughts and all the wonderful work that you are doing. Thank you also to our audience. This could not have happened without you. We are very much grateful, and let's continue with the conversations where if there's any doubts in our mind as to the role of the youth in shaping the future of agriculture, I believe this conversation has helped us answer that. There's also a lot of opportunities that is being rolled out by the government, by the MasterCard and other entities. Isaac has a lot of experience to share with all of you. So continue to speak to them, continue with the conversations, and find out more information as to where you can go to get the support that you need. And as Doc said, remember the support should not only be about money, but the other forms of non-financial support that can help you thrive and grow in your businesses. Thank you very much.
So the photographer will take a photo of you. Please, another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Now, let me give you a trick. So when I go for conferences and events, and I want to interact with someone, I type my thoughts in a notepad or any app, okay? So as soon as I go to the person, because at conferences, everybody chop hot. Everybody is running around trying to, they will not have time to really listen to you and answer you. But take their number or email and immediately send that WhatsApp message or email and follow up the following day. If you wait till after 48 hours, you lose the opportunity. Once you've met the person, shaking hands with the person, there'll be some kind of recall when they see your message or your email, okay? So if you want to talk to Interplus, if you want to talk to Barbara, if you want to talk to any person, just make sure whatever it is you want to tell them, you've typed it so that you don't lose your line of thoughts. In Notepad on your phone or in WhatsApp somewhere, you store it. You talk to the person and then you carry on so that we can carry the conversation forward. Now, our next panel is also ready. But before we do that, I just remember that last year, at one of our conferences, a few things were said which were not said right. And I'd like to say that the AIA is convened by Kosmos Innovation Center, right? So what I say here does not reflect Kosmos's views. What you say would also not reflect Kosmos's views. But importantly, we are here to share ideas and grow together. So whatever we say, let's say it respectfully. Let's also make sure it's factual as much as possible. And let's make sure that by the time we leave here, everybody would have contributed to the big green world of growth that we all want to be a part of. So at this point, I'd like to invite Ato to lead the next panel session. And the next panel session is on food innovation and product development, solving local challenges with local solutions for the global market. Please welcome Ato Ozenapia. He is the Entrepreneurship Development Specialist at KIC to handle this session.
Okay. Aho! Great. We have some KIC fellows in the room. So I'd like to call on Dr. Mavis Oreku-Asare. She's the founder of Impact Food Hub. Please let's give her a big round of applause as she joins us. She's also an agribusiness advisor. And then we also have Dodi Seidu from the CEO and founder of the Africa Trade Academy. Please a big round of applause for him as well. Second seat. Okay. So our other panelist, Eric Agbozo, is currently not here, but would have to move on as well. Okay. So we'll make this, panelists, I'll just crave your indulgence to make your answers as snappy as possible so that we can dig into more questions and also have enough time for the attendees to also ask questions. Okay, so I think, in Ghana, I think we normally do ladies first. So we'll start with Dr. Mavis. One minute as I pull. Just have to pull my questions here. Okay, so the Impact Food Hub is self-explanatory. So Food Hub and Impact. We want to talk about R&D. So the first question for you is, what role has R&D, research and development, played in scaling African innovative food processing solutions for global markets?
Thank you. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Atu. Good afternoon to you all. Lunch hasn't come, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the question. As we all know, we have, I always say this, that we're one of the countries that have the most diverse foods. And I particularly like traditional foods because of the nutritional value, you know. And so it's important that we focus on what we have. As we all know, we're saying grow what you eat. And it's becoming even more important if COVID taught us anything, is that we develop what we have. Find local solutions to the foods that we're producing in order to make them more shelf-stable and appealing. So Africans particularly like their foods, you know, and we do not like to manipulate the food. We always say we want natural food. We want things in their natural state. However, we embrace processed foods, you know, that come from abroad. Is that not true? Right? So if we want to position our foods on the global market, we also have to look for ways that we can keep them in a more stable, shelf-stable form to make them more appealing, right? Extending the shelf life, and that's where R&D comes in. R&D plays a critical role. The role of food scientists, food technologists, biochemists, and all the scientists around the agricultural value chain play a very important role. We need more R&D. We cannot overemphasize that. And we need it particularly for our foods. And so a few examples I can quote. For instance, Nestle, they are doing a fantastic job at helping us improve our indigenous foods to make them more wholesome and as well place them on the global market. I know the programs that they're running, they have various programs to do this. They have an accelerator program, that's the R&D accelerator program, where they are helping startups, young people like yourself,
who are doing marvelous things. We know through KIC that there's so many wonderful products that have been developed. I particularly like their incubation. You know, apart
Thank
from
you
all
very
the,
much.
the pro and the classic, they go ahead to incubate the agri-techies who come up with products. I'm particularly interested in the food products. So Nestle can, beyond KIC, or are beyond KIC, helping startups, you know, over a period of about 6 months to help expose your product to the international world, giving you, you know, the right innovation and technology.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Mavis. So we now know that Nestle has programs that we can also benefit from. Dodi, so you're from the Africa Trade Academy, and we are talking a bit about global markets. So the question for you is, what policy interventions or support mechanisms from different, you know, public sector or private sector stakeholders can help facilitate for youth-led agri-MSMEs, many of whom are in this room, to be able to access global markets for processed food products that they might have come up with? Please, can we hear in the back? Great. Okay.
If I add on a bit to what Dr. Mavis said.
You have less than a minute to do so.
So, yeah, because the two topics are very much, you asked me to talk about policy, but I just want to add on, and I hope I don't take the but when it comes to going global with local food, I think I just want to make some brief comments that could help. So she's elaborated on product development, which is a very good one. For the global level, I would also add that you need to do some level of product adaptation. So it could be the same product, but it has to be specifically developed and designed, suited for that market or those markets. And so, for example, I met somebody who is doing processed momone into momone powder. That is a very good initiative, but then for us to take that to the global market, we need to look at even the taste for salted fish, you know, kept for a couple of months and all of that. Then I'll also add that we need to look at things like, you know, product customization. So you get situations where a lot of requests come to you from different people. So you may have this product, but you have to adapt it, or customize it for specific clients, whether based on their cultural preference, based on their packaging, you know, packaging that they request for, and things like that. So you have to pay attention to that. Then I also want to say that if you're going to go global with food, you have to think about, you know, adding some service support to the food. So don't just assume that when you put this food, the food can cook itself or be eaten by itself. You may have to add some after-sales support. For example, a very good website or information brochure, whether online or in person or on the product itself, that can help people who buy the product to be able to use it well. 2 days ago, I had a story about somebody not from Ghana using shito. And first of all, the spelling was spelled without the O at the end. And when the person tasted it, it was so nice. They ate everything. And then they had a very terrible experience after eating it. And then they came back to say that, oh, I now understand why the name was missing the O. Sorry. So now when it comes to policy, you know, to be able to take products, you know, to go global, the policy space must have a lot of support and a lot of enabling factors. For example, we need to look at systems that support startups and businesses that are focused on global. Usually, as people who train businesses to go global, we emphasize that your business must do well domestically. You must establish domestic footprint. You must use the domestic market as your learning ground. But then if you want to establish and go international from the beginning, then you must also have a certain perspective as to how the international market works already from the beginning. And sometimes, because you have not gone through product adaptation and product development R&D, you can't even tell from the beginning if this product is meant for the global market or not. So I would say this as a starting point. We need to look at mechanisms that support young people with enterprise development to start with. And this is what Kosmos is already doing very, very effectively, and much more with focus on food and food products.
Okay.
Then I'll also say...
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, you are the moderator, so maybe you have questions that can help me elaborate further.
It depends on how much time you give me to ask more questions.
Please, go ahead. Go ahead with your next question.
Were you going to mention another mechanism?
Well, I was going to say that, yes, we've spoken about access to finance as a factor in accessing global markets. What is critical is that for many startups, young people who are looking at going international, there aren't such mechanisms. A lot of the mechanisms that exist, if you're going through a formal financial institution, might be difficult for you to meet or access. So there can be grants and some kind of concessional financing that can support that. And again, what Kosmos is doing could be something that could be expanded and supported to be able to reach more global markets.
Thank you. Please, a big round of applause for Dodi. Okay, so coming back to Mavis, we've heard a lot about what KIC has been doing. I think a lot of us in the room know. But for the Impact Food Hub, what are some of the opportunities for some of the youth-led businesses to commercialize their products with you? And have there been some examples of you working with such, or maybe how can some people work with you?
Thank you, Atu. So I'm a food scientist by profession, and I was in the research and academic space for 17 years. Until I founded Impact Food Hub. And what motivated me really was, we all say that, right? There's a huge gap between what? Research and industry. So that was my own small way to, close the gap. So it's a private entity where it's a team of scientists. And what we do is we work with SMEs to develop products. So from food product development and innovation, through market research, food processing, training, procurement of equipment, just name it, the whole 9 yards. And we work with these SMEs. So you can, for instance, walk into a space with an idea, and like I said, food processing is a science. Until we realize that, we would not be meeting the standards. So you walk in with an idea, and a classic, because you said I should give an example, is one of your own, Springforth Foods. They came into a space with an idea to make a food product that they, couldn't figure out. And through conversations, we realized that would be hard to do. The equipment that they needed was, and she didn't have the funding. So we came up with another idea. This was so many years ago. Yam chips. Back then, we had done some research into how to make yam into chips, just like French fries, right? So in the frozen state. And she accepted it. We took her through the training, and now she's gotten funding through KIC. She's actually even exporting some of her products. Through Impact Food Hub, we also link her to some markets, and it's a continuous relationship that we do have. So that was one of the examples. But for many of you, young people who have ideas, it could even be you want a place to kind of groom the idea and see where it takes you. So that will be an example, right? Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Please a round of applause for Dr. Mavis as we come back to Dodi. So Dodi, we've talked about some of these mechanisms, and I know here there are a lot of people who represent businesses that are not particularly based in Accra. What could you say about maybe export promotion programs for businesses based in Accra, a bit outside, that they can leverage to be able to trade and access global markets?
Hello. I tend to be a teacher as well, so I like to explain things a bit more. So first of all, export promotion programs from an official point of view exist with let's say, the Ministry of Trade and Industry through its Ghana Export Promotion Authority. Typically, for you to be an exporter in Ghana, you have to be registered with Ghana Export Promotion Authority and then other institutions. But before I continue on that, I want to say that every potential exporter or anybody looking to export must have what I would describe as an exportable product. What is an exportable product? An exportable product is a product specifically designed through R&D and, kind of like suited for a particular target market. With that also must be a product that can be competitively priced and marketed in those countries or whichever targets you're looking at. So some people often are quick to have their product both in the name, in the size, in the quality, and the content as it is in Ghana, just like the scriptures say, as it is in heaven, you want it to be so on earth. As it is in Ghana, you want it to be so in that market. It doesn't usually work. So you need to work on your product so that it can be very much adapted. So when it comes to that kind of, so I'm talking about export promotion, but before I come to that, I will say that improve or work on your product itself, the actual product, work on the packaging, either the size, the color, work on, yes, the color of the product itself, work on the price so that it can be appealing. Great. So when it comes to export promotion, another place that a lot of businesses have not leveraged on, I'm seeing what you're doing, KIC, here with your this fair you're organizing. Many businesses don't know how to leverage on fairs, whether they are domestic fairs or regional or international. And these are platforms that provide you opportunities for people to experience your product, for you to connect with potential buyers, for you to be able to test your product with customers, with consumers, to know if they would like it or would want it to be adapted in one form or the other. So these probably will be the two that I would say. And sometimes when you approach SMEs to maybe bring their products out, they find it, because it's not usually a sales platform, they think that, well, then why should I participate in this? But it can be a very strategic platform if you prepare, you think about it, and you work towards it. For example, you can come here with an idea to collect contacts, okay? To have people experience the product. So when they experience it, you can take feedback. If they say it's too tasty, it's too hard, whatever, you can go back and improve on it. And that will be a very significant market promotion activity.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Dodi again. Okay, so I'd like to come to the audience. We'll take 3 questions. At least one should be from a lady. Please, when you take the mic, tell us quickly your name and then your question. Please go straight to the point. Okay, I was going to say you wanted me to continue asking them questions. Okay.
To quickly add something to what you said, there's so many institutions who are better placed to help you become globally competitive. He mentioned a couple of them: GEA, GEPA, Ghana Exim Bank, so do not sit in your corner, okay? If you have a brilliant idea, you've come up with a product, maybe KIC has helped you, go beyond that. Look for associations, networks that would help you understand the space, because all these are positioned for the global.
Let me pause you there on the, no, because we're just talking about the associations and we're talking about a bit non-Accra stuff. So for the Exim Bank, are there associations in the regions that you work with? Are there, so that maybe we can go and look for those as well?
We have offices in, northern Ghana, that's Tamale, Cape Coast, Volta region, that's Ho, I think. Yeah, so we are better placed, well distributed in Ghana, where you can go for information and see even if you want to put in a proposal or, for a grant or maybe a loan. So all these have been placed to help us move our products from a certain level
to, a level that would all appreciate. So don't
Okay.
be overwhelmed.
Thank you. Yes, first question, please.
I like the one that said she's interested in local foods, and it seems nowadays all the focus have been channeled to startups and innovative ideas, but those with the idea of going into tomato farming, poultry, pepper farming, they don't have funding to do that. And I'm asking if there are any initiatives that help those with such ideas and the those with such ideas to bring up, start those farms they are interested in to also help boost the economy.
Okay, so thank you for that question. Let's hear the other two. So Dodi, I'd like you to take this first question. Yeah, the farming, yeah.
Okay, my name is James Euku. My question is, you see, I visited a rural area, like, I think yesterday or something, and I visited a very big cassava farm. So what I realized there was that, you see, it's a very typical village, and that place, after cultivating, all they do is they just sell it among the community people. So coming out here is very difficult for them. In this case, there's nothing like innovation there. So my question is, what are we going to do to help these rural areas? Because the farmland was a very big farm for about 30 acres. And per my survey, if
When you say what are we going to do, who are you referring to?
Everybody.
People in this room.
We all.
Everybody in this room.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. So per my survey, that 30-acre land, if you cultivate it, you get approximately 150K.
Okay.
And here lies the case that they are doing it among the community people. And when you are selling it among them, you see, the price is very low.
Are you saying there's a business opportunity and we should go and take advantage of it? Is that what you're saying? Then it's not a question and we are done.
Let me finish. Maybe when I finish.
We don't have
you get
that
the
much
question.
time.
So
go straight to your question.
Okay, so the question is, now we have to, we the youth and like we in the agriculture space, we have to get to those areas and get something innovative so that the product there will come, so that everybody there will be like comfortable and we see that they will have good use of their farm produce.
Thank you very much. I think you should talk to the person who asked the first question. He will need you. The third question. Yeah, because if we do it this way, it will save time. That's why okay, if there's no third question, I think we'll just hear from... So hopefully this question will be for Mavis. No,
actually, yes.
The second question, I think he's answered it though, so...
Okay, so my question is also going to Mavis, Madam Mavis. So I want to know, what are the services rendered by Impact Hub, pro bono, or their paid services?
Impact Food Hub, please.
Impact Food Hub. I want to know if a youth can just walk in there and say, hey, I have this idea. I want to do yam chips. Can you provide me with the technological know-how to do it? Whether the person has to pay some fees or the person can access the information free of charge.
Thank you very much. So we'll start with Dodi and then we'll end with Mavis.
Yeah, somehow I forgot what he said. Tomatoes.
I think he said tomatoes and...
Yes. How do you go international with those products? Is that your question?
I think the question was about how people who are going into farming can also get support, because he sees a lot of people doing innovative agribusinesses getting more funding.
Okay. Yes, so support for products like you mentioned in the raw form can get support or can get access to some kind of support. For example, in earlier regimes, we had one district, one factory initiatives. And similar ones are being proposed now, district industrialization plans. You can look at how to supply to factories and businesses around. What many farmers do, which is often they should have done the reverse, is that people should rather cultivate what industries and businesses need. So before you go and cultivate any type of cassava, any type of tomatoes, any type of maize, the question should be, what are the most frequently purchased varieties and where can I produce them to meet them? So this would be my first suggestion. But beyond that, in the raw form, the quickest opportunities will be to sell it to middle people or any type of people who can buy and sell it in bigger markets. Otherwise, frankly, as I'm sitting here, I can't think of any support other than somebody who can help you to process. If you're looking at scaling or going from, producing it raw, then you can look at, processing or value addition. For sending these goods to international markets, let's say around us, or even major markets, I remember a project I did where we're looking at channeling a lot of raw fruits, vegetables into Maxmart, Melcom, and Co. That is also another opportunity that a lot of businesses can also look at, because a lot of the tomatoes that come in are actually imported. I'm talking about the ones that are sold in some of these major markets. And so if you can look at how to produce that to meet the taste of the corner shops in 37 or some of these bigger shops, that could also be a good way. But then you need to have things like a pack house, a place where you can wash, you can clean, you can sort and grade these raw fruits into what can be easily put in packages for these shops. That will be helpful. I think that will be my answer to that.
Great. And for KIC, we have the Young Farmer Business Academy. Please look it up on our website. And I would also say that it's important to join groups of farmers, association of farmers. A lot of opportunities are sent through them. Dr. Mavis. So just a quick point on that. So KIC, we are launching our Center of Excellence soon. So it's a center in Kumasi where you can bring your products to do your processing, etc. So please just stay tuned to our social media. You hear more about it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, maybe they haven't heard how much it will cost yet. That's why they're not clapping. But the last question was about the cost. Yeah.
It's no problem, unfortunately, but it's very reasonable because we are working with MSMEs and we know what's the. But the most important thing is you come in and you would have all your concerns addressed. Because we have all the experts to help you with it. If you need support, you can reach out to maybe KIC so that they can fund part of the.
Well, no, I mean that's a discussion we can have. Yes. Yeah.
Is that okay, the gentleman? You're good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, please, a huge round of applause for Dr. Mavis Oreku-Asare. She's the founder of Impact Food Hub and also an agribusiness advisor. You can talk to her about Ghana Exim Bank. And we also had Dodi Seidu, the founder CEO of Africa Trade Academy. So please interact with them, follow them on social media, LinkedIn, and you can also engage with them. Thank you so much. We'll take our seats. Sorry, yes.
Thank you, Ato, and please show some love to Ato as well. Good job, Ato. Okay, so we are going to have a final session when it comes to the discussions, and then we have a special master class also coming up. It's on food regulation and compliance, what every food startup needs to know. That will be facilitated by the FDA and the Ghana Standards Authority. But at this point, I'd like to acknowledge Promasido as well as one of our sponsors. Promasido has been supporting the AIA this year. So let's put our hands together for Promasido. If you are posting online, please use the hashtag AIA Conference 2025. That's the hashtag AIA Conference 2025. And we'll be sharing a QR code. So if you want the program outline, that QR code on the screen, you can scan it and you get the program outline. Later, we'll share another QR code to get your feedback about the program and all that is coming up before we wrap up for today. Tomorrow, we have the World Food Program. We have some other institutions also coming in with special presentations on what they are doing and how you can take advantage as well at the AIA tomorrow. So we are getting to the next conversation, which is on youth-driven circular economy, turning food waste into business. Earlier this week, or was it last week, I saw that the YEA boss had posted that they were going to employ people to convert coconut waste into charcoal and other things. And interestingly, I saw a photo of someone with him when they made the announcement. When I studied for my MPhil here at Legon, I actually did a term paper on that business and how they could convert coconut waste into charcoal, into fiber for the automobile industry, into crop protection, and then I just see this happening. So this conversation is very, very important, the circular economy. When we're growing up, we're told that when it comes to the oil palm tree, you can do things with almost every part of the oil palm tree. The truth is that almost every organic system or organic matter in the world, you can do other things with it. Anything created by God can be used in different forms. And there are lots of business opportunities when it comes to those things. So this conversation is one you must take notes because you can create your next KIC business from this conversation. So please help me invite our presenter and the panelists. The moderator for this session is Ohene Damte from Accra. He's the Senior West Africa Private Sector Engagement Consultant. Let's welcome Ohene. I'm going to grab my notepad and be ready for this because Ahana Sikanowo. Ana Ohene Mewa. Baby, Ohene, you can take this microphone.
Thank you, Kojo. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me use the opportunity to invite our panelists to the stage. First of all, we would like to invite Bubu Kumaji. He is the Deputy Innovation Manager, Jekora Ventures. We would also like to invite Hannah Pia, co-founder, McCann Cosmetics. Najat Mohammed from Tech Cycle. She's the co-founder. And last but not at least, Abdul Muniz Otu, co-founder, Jazz Grow. Okay, let me just try and face my panelist. So Abdul is not around, right? Yeah, the fewer the merrier. Is he coming? Oh, okay. Let's clap for him. Okay, you are all welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And our distinguished audience, We would like to have this conversation simply about food waste. And for us to commence this engagement, what I would like to do is to set the conversation up with these statistics. So if we in the audience are asking ourselves, why are we going to have this conversation? I want us to think around these figures. So somewhere in 2022, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization did a study and realized that about 1.3 billion tons of food goes waste every year. Now, that translates into $1 trillion of money wasted. So if we are talking about the business opportunity or the market for food waste, have $1 trillion in mind. Currently, we are looking for an annual investment of close to $50 billion every year to be able to unearth that $1 trillion. And guess how much we are actually getting? It's a little bit close to $100 million. That means that there is a big gap between what we actually want to do in terms of value and the economic importance of food waste. We do not want to talk about climate change yet. So we have these young and beautiful and handsome, very enterprising people here to learn from. And therefore, we would like to engage them and see what they are doing to take advantage of the $1 trillion market of food waste. So remember the last time you bought wachi. If you buy 30 cedis worth of wachi, with everything that comes with it, you are sure to lose 10 cedis out of it because you will not finish all the wachi. Some of us do. Even yesterday I did it. So don't stay with us in the conversation. I would like to start with Bubu. Okay, Bubu, you have successfully started converting waste into compost, right? Okay. Now help us understand how that is creating, wealth for you and the opportunities involved that our young people here listening to us can also. And please, for my panelists, we are engaged. We have time. I'm an engagement consultant, so time is very essential for me. So please, your responses will be in 60 seconds. So try and make it crispy. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At Jekora, as you rightfully mentioned, where there's a problem,
Hello, Ato. He has a presentation. He wants to show something. Okay. Is it on board? Okay, so whilst you find your presentation, let's move to Hannah. And you talk to us about how, in the cosmetics world, you have identified the opportunities in converting cocoa hacks, right, into something useful. Yeah. Please go ahead. Hello.
Hello. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm from Western North, Cedi also, and I realized in the year 2023, after a very deep research, I realized that Ghana, we are producing more than 800,000 cocoa waste each year, and my town, Cedi also, 80% of us are girls are dropping out from school. I mean, poverty is a bit high there. So we wanted to help their community. So we formed a team, and then we go to these farmers, we first educate them, and then we bring the cocoa pod, bring it to a very small space that we had then, and then we recycle this cocoa pod into cocoa potash. It's actually one of the main basic ingredient for most of the cosmetic companies across Ghana and other countries. And so after we produce the cocoa potash, we ourselves also use some of this cocoa potash to produce skincare products. So African black soap, shower gel, body creams, face wash, many products.
So that's the opportunity. We can clap for her. Well, you might think it's common. You might think cocoa, turning cocoa into something is common, but you need to get close to Hannah to really understand what goes into it. So as we go along, she'll be sharing the challenges with us. Well, let's come to Najat. Najat, you can use this when right? Or Abdul, do you want to pass the mic around? Okay, thank you. So Najat, you are from Tech Cycle, right? And tell us a little bit, in 60 seconds, what you guys are doing, and then also the opportunities that you have identified in converting a particular waste into resources.
Thank you very much for the question. So, is that we convert pineapple waste into biodegradable cleaning detergent, specifically powdered soap, washing powder, bar soap for bathing, and then multi-purpose usage, that's for washing as well, and liquid cleaning detergent. So the opportunity we had to tap in is when we realized that Ghana is the second largest producer of pineapples in Africa, yet 70% of this pineapple goes to waste, and we don't even dump them properly, and this waste end up releasing methane gases which affect the climate and very dangerous to us. So we are Tech Cycle decided to do a research on that. They said say 1 man's meat is another man's poison. So while this is a waste, this
becoming money for you.
Yes, it's becoming money for us because when you ferment it, it's able to release some powerful cleaning performance, and it's been used to produce these detergents we call the pineapple detergent.
Very good. Don't share all. I'll come back. So about the product, you talk about it very soon. So let's go to Abdul whilst we still wait for Bubu to come. Abdul, you are from Jazz Grow, and you guys are also turning, food waste into organic fertilizer, right?
Yeah, we are.
Very good. So also tell us how you identified this, niche market, and then also the opportunities that are available. If you know some statistics, you can also share them.
Great. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abdul Muiz from Jazz Grow in the Central Region, Cape Coast to be specific. And we started this organization in 2023. So, we're part of the KIC team. Hi, KIC guys. And the opportunity is that we met farmers. For example, let me use one of our farmers, for example, like Mr. Eric, right, who has been farming on his farmland for decades, and it has lost nutrients and all of that, so his yield was decreasing. Now, meeting a farmer like this, and in our rural areas, most of the families depend on farming to support their family and all of that. So what we did was that we had to provide solutions for these people so that their family can still survive. I mean, they can get to feed their families and all of that. And one of the solutions we gave them was our multi-purpose organic fertilizer that has the fertilizer aspects, provides the crops with pesticidal components, and then also amends the soil that they've been working on for those number of years. So these are the things that we are doing. We use organic waste from our communities to produce this wonderful product, and we have helped so many farmers through our training programs and even through directly our products. Thank you.
Very good. So when you say organic waste, you mean all the things that can rot, or what do you really mean by organic waste?
Right. So organic waste the organic waste we use are from both the animal farming sector and the crop farming sector. So with crop farming, maybe food waste from restaurants, from markets, from agro-processing companies like, let's say, a confit juice or something like that, yeah. And then from the animal farming also, from poultry farms, from cow, or they say cattle, right? Yeah, so cattle rearing farms and all of those ones.
You're a businessman, so don't worry about anything.
Yeah, these are the raw materials that we use, and I mean, it looks like waste, all right, but it is very important to us because the value that we get out of it and the impact we are making with those things are very tangible. So it means a lot to us.
Very good. So whilst we keep on watching our time, Bubu, are you ready with your presentation? Okay. So, Bubu, I hope this is not a PhD presentation because you surprised me. Okay. So how many slides do you have in there? No. Bubu, I'll disappoint you. We can't do that. It's a disadvantage to all the other panelists. Guys, should we give them how many minutes? Okay. Atu will talk about this. No, you can't do 10 minutes. As a moderator, I'm giving you 5 minutes to do your pitch. So, Bubu, let me come in. So, what do you guys do? What do you sell? Okay. Okay. At all, because you've spent 10 minutes already and you are still doing this. Okay. I think that would do. So that we do not make it there's a monopoly, right? We have a panelist of 4. So thank you very much, and can we give him a round of applause? Well, I'm hoping that this presentation will also be shared on the social media platform, or will be shared by email. Okay. And then also, Bubu is around. If you want to know more about what he's doing, you can get in touch. But I just wanted to use the last round of questions to find out from Hannah, Abdul, and Najat, and also Bubu, what are the challenges you guys are facing? You know, first of all, in sourcing your raw material, and secondly, in sourcing financial, support to scale what you are doing. Let's start with Abdul. Challenges first.
Okay, so thank you. One of the challenges that we are facing is with respect to the segregation, just as is mentioned. So unfortunately, most of us are not educated on how to segregate waste and even how to dispose of waste. Most of us even have no idea how to dispose of our e-waste, like electronics and all of that. So we just mix everything up and then we take it to wherever we want to take it to. And it makes the work more difficult for us who are into the waste management. So we have to push a lot of capital into even how to prepare it for us to put it into the process before we get our product. So that is one of the challenges. I believe what Yakura is doing is very good, and it's in the few coming years it's going to make the work very easy for us. Other? Yeah, financial, good. I believe in social studies when they ask questions, you are always like lack of finance and yeah, so yeah, financial is one of the very big things, and unfortunately, some of us we have not. Where we find ourselves, we are not able to access pilot stage friends. So most of the funds that are available are not able to support what we do. I mean, we need funds that can support us in testing our innovation and even coming up with the best of products for our customers. But sometimes we look at the interest on it, it discourages us. It scares us to step back, and I mean, we bootstrap bit by bit, which makes it the innovation. It takes so long to come to market. So what we are looking at is that we wish there will be some funding like that, like circular economy innovation focused funds that are of very low interest, like say between 3 to 7% interest. Yeah, I believe I have supporters in the house. Lovely. Good. So, I mean, something like this would support most of us so that we can pursue our dreams, come up with more innovations, and create more impact, because impact is good, yeah?
Thank you very much. So, Hannah.
Yes.
Sourcing raw material.
Yes.
So with us, one of our mission is that by 5 years' time, we aim to reach each smallholder cocoa farmer in Ghana. So far, we're working with over 850 smallholder cocoa farmers, only in Western North and Bono East. And sometimes these farmers get to know us and they'll call, oh, Macan, we want to our mission is to increase smallholder cocoa farmers' income, and so far we've made about 25% increase. Yeah. So sometimes they will call you from far, far places, and they all want to enjoy some of these cakes. And so sometimes getting the right transportation to these places is a very difficult task. Thanks to Kosmos Innovation, we've got Buboya, and sometimes we have to travel about 3 hours to some farming communities just to source raw materials, and I think it's one of our problems. And then another one when it comes to finance is that, I mean, we are at a place that we want to scale up, and sometimes you need machines, and then your staff. I mean, you have the vision that you want to be a global recognized cosmetic company, but I mean, they have to feed their families, they need money. And sometimes in order for some of these startups to really work well, you need your staff to also understand the fact that, I mean, they need to put in their best, and they need money, they need good paying, I mean, salary. And sometimes paying them well. I remember I got an order last week from Nigeria. I was supposed to give about 800 pieces of my product. And then I had closed from work when I got the order. I needed to go to the office and produce these pieces. I spent the whole night, but I couldn't produce all. Though I have the mixing machine, but I do not have the packaging and the labeling ones. And so I think that sometimes these organizations can also come in and support us with our work. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, Bubu.
Yes, so with sourcing of food waste, because we are a waste management company, we have clients whom we service, and we encourage them, try to educate them to segregate their waste. Thankfully, we have some multinational companies within our zone of operation, who are trying to meet certain standards, so certain international standards. So they already understand segregation. So it makes our job easier. However, there's a challenge of the other people, and also segregation is not compulsory. It's not enshrined in the law. I think they are in the process of doing that now, but at the moment, it's not a compulsory thing. So you can't force anybody to segregate their waste. So sometimes people want to give it to people who own piggeries. So that becomes some competition for us. So the pig farmers are competing with us.
Is it because they give them money?
Yes, sometimes they give them incentives. Sometimes they don't. But some maybe cash or some pork, something. But they meet them at halfway at some point.
Okay.
So it makes it a bit challenging in that regard.
Very good. Now you are at a point of scaling, or?
Yes, so the Fortifa plant, we have extra land adjacent it.
Okay.
That could double what we currently have, but we don't have the funds to do so. The funds that was used to do
the first one,
construct the first one, was gotten from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Okay.
This was facilitated by UMI, International Water Management Institute. So it's a PPP between TMA, now Tema West,
okay.
Jekora as the implementing partner.
Sure.
So
come to a conclusion from your point. You can also share your current challenges in terms of raw material sourcing, and then also with investment for scaling.
So for Tech Cycle, we have a lot of issues when it comes to the segregation of raw materials, because we are specifically using pineapple waste, regardless whether the cord, whether the peels, whether the rotten ones, we use it so far as it's pineapple. But some juice processing companies or some of the businesses we partner with process other fruits as well. So sometimes when you go, they mix them together and it becomes difficult for us. And some of the marketplaces we source large of our raw materials to mixes the waste together. So we will have to sort everything out because we are focused on pineapple waste. So the new thing we brought on board is that we are now giving them like bins so that they can just put only the pineapple waste in it. Then it will be easier for us to be able to pick it for our production. And when it comes to funding, you see, I don't know, it's not only TechCycle that is having this issue, but a lot of startups. The truth of the matter is that we don't have the numbers to be able to convince a bank or an investor to be able to invest. It's all about numbers. It's not about your innovation. Your innovation is good, but if you are not getting the numbers.
Najat, by numbers you mean your cash flow?
Yes, your cash flow.
Okay.
The sales you are making, it should reflect in your bank account.
Okay.
So that when the bank sees it or any other investor sees it, they know that this is a good business.
Okay.
Whenever we invest in them, we are not going to have an issue. But this is the case that we all are startups. And immediately we get some of these funding.
Hand to mouth.
It goes straight to machinery.
Okay.
And sometimes by the time the machines comes, it's 3 months already. And time for installation, time for testing the machine. Time is gone. And
Okay.
all the money is gone. But you need some money to do production.
Okay.
And you don't have the numbers. So how do you convince them? Meanwhile, you know you have the potential market. So these are some of the challenges we have. So I think some of these institutions have to come down to our levels,
Okay.
even if they will have to reduce the amount we are requesting for, and they can support us. When we are able to pay back, then they can increase it. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope my senior from Fidelity Bank is online.
First
and
National
he's-
Bank.
First National Bank is here. Okay. And then my senior Chief Etuahine is also online. Probably he is listening. All the other financial institutions here are also equally listening. I brought in that bit because the conversation around investment in the food waste sector is something that we need to take seriously. So we want to say a very thank you to all of you, a very big thank you to all of you for making time to spend, share your experiences with us. And for the young ones who want to continue to know more, there are a few questions that we wanted to also ask them. These questions are around regulatory compliance. You know, how are they ensuring that they are meeting all the regulatory compliance in terms of the government side? FDA, GSA, all the other ones that also hinder their growth are questions that we would like to engage them to also continue to have answers to them. So I would like to use the opportunity on behalf of KIC and all the sponsors for this program to thank you very much for sharing your experiences. And for those of us who want to learn more, we can engage them, continue to network, and we'll get more from them. Thank you very much for listening to us, and we'll see you again. Okay. Could you? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. And as I said, the circular economy space, there is a lot of money. I'm just seeing a post on Facebook of our friend Macintosh Africa. So he's going to see a young man who has finished senior high school and he's converting plastic waste into diesel and petrol. And he has shared on Facebook trying to get support for the young man to go to school. If this young man scales up, Ghana, we spend millions of dollars every year on diesel and petrol. So if you can convert some of our plastic waste into that, and if you can aggregate enough plastic waste, that's another millionaire we are seeing. So this space has a lot of opportunities. We have the last session coming up shortly. It's on regulation in the food space. And we have the FDA here to facilitate that particular session. It's on food regulation and compliance, what every food startup needs to know. It's a very, very important masterclass that we've put together for you. But before I invite them to come, I have some announcements for today and tomorrow. Please, if you are coming tomorrow, bring your name tag. Don't leave them at home. Please bring the same name tags tomorrow. And be very security conscious. If you must leave the auditorium to use the washroom or anything, take your bags along or leave it to somebody you trust. I'd also like to say thank you to our sponsors, Kosmos Energy, Accra, Complete Pharma, Coliplus Limited, EVV Foods, New Age, and Promasidor, and our partners, FDA, Ghana Standards Authority, CSIR, and the Africa Skills Hub. Now, we have an exhibition going on outside. I'll share names of the exhibitors with you after the masterclass. There are a lot of different things that are being exhibited. You can buy some. You can also engage them if you want to be maybe a reseller for some of these exhibitors. You can talk to them and create business opportunities. But tomorrow, the conference starts at 9 a.m. exactly. Today we started at 10. Tomorrow we'll start at 9 a.m. exactly. So please take note that tomorrow we are starting at 9. So if the FDA team is ready, we're also ready for you for the master class. And so let's welcome the FDA team to come and give us the master class on food regulation. Food regulation and compliance. What every food startup needs to know. Please give us just some 2 minutes to sort out something. How many of us are into food production and food processing? How many? Okay, so whilst we sort this out, I want to give an opportunity to 2 people to come and tell us about your food business. Just 2 people. Each of you have 2 minutes. Okay. If you're adventurous enough, you just get up and walk to me. Please, safety, don't run. If you run, you'll be disqualified. Take your time. I said 2 people, I'm seeing 3 people. Okay, so you have 60 seconds each to tell us about your food business. Quick one.
My name is Irene Kombe, the founder and manager of Mother's Kitchen. And we believe that stress-free kitchen experience is supposed to be a must and not a luxury. At Mother's Kitchen, we have 3 main products now. We have your Abem mix for your Abem kwai in 30 minutes. All that you need is hot water and your steamed protein and you're good to go. We currently have Ebunebunu mix for your Ebunebunu soup, your green soups. So we have some with steamed fish, steamed protein, steamed mushrooms, steamed snails. So all you need is just warm water, 30 minutes, and you're good to go. And we have authentic, unadulterated zomi. That is our palm oil. Don't go and buy palm oil that has Sudan dye in it. So Before I leave here, just pick my contact. My number is 0541 127 399. 05, I can't see your phones. Please, kindly pick your phones. Thank you. 0541 127 399. So I am your go-to person for all your Abenkwai needs, your Budebuno needs, and Zomi. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Kwame Dukun. Exactly 7 years ago, I got married, and as soon as I got married, definitely you know what I should expect. I wanted a child. And for 7 years, I needed to wait for a child. And you know our culture, how difficult it is when you are in that season. In that period, I started relying on some of the herbal products that we have, if that could help. Unfortunately, there were numerous in the market, but I needed one that I can trust, so I went online. And little did I know that moringa can do a lot of magic to our health. And through that period, I started relying on moringa and other related products like ginger that we already know, and it did magic. Today, I must say that I have a wonderful boy called He Lives, and that is the name of our product. Today, we have He Lives Moringa, and we have He Lives Moringa Tea, and we are using it to bless the lives of people. We believe that God has blessed us so much with things that can help heal our health. And today, I want to recommend Moringa to all of you. Our company is He Lives Pathway, and anybody who is interested in Moringa products, we are available. You can take our number, 0243 779468. Thank you very much.
Next person.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Victoria, CEO of Chem2 Gold Ventures, with the brand name Drink Delight. What do we do at Drink Delight? We produce asana in Sobolo, simple. Asana in Sobolo, when I decided to start this company, I told myself, I don't want anybody knocking on my door. I want to buy asana once a day. Our product, non-carbonated, no chemical added. Our product, non-carbonated, no chemical added. Yes, it is possible. It is selling in the malls. It's selling in the hospitals. We are glad to tell you that we are the first person. So far, I've not seen anybody supplying asana in the malls yet. So Bolo, yes, there are some few people, but this is our product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Favor Nkrumah, CEO of First Impression Elite Limited. We are into importation and exportation, actually. The exportation is the agribusiness, which is the cashew nut. It is sourced here in Ghana, produced, processed, it's FDA approved, it's gone through tests and all that. So you can also get it in the mall. We are ready for B2B partnership. If you want to supply, if you want to source, you can contact me after here and then take my contact on 0243. You can type or you can dial it on your phone. You reach me directly on 0243 288 079. And we are ready to supply everywhere. You know the benefits of cashew. It's good for your healthy heart. It doesn't have cholesterol compared to, granules, all the nuts. This is the healthiest you can get on the market. It's good for your heart health. Enormous, and the skin as well. So you can contact me for it and get some. Thank you. It's 52 cedis for 200 grams. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Khadija Osman, the founder of Oskalim Food Processing. Oskalim is a sustainable agri-business that we focus on solving iron deficiency. So we are working on turkey berry to process into tea. So we have the turkey berry tea, and now we are working on fruit. Most of the fruit tea we see are flavored, and we are working on the fruit itself into a tea. That is what I do, and my contact is 0540-237246. Thank you, and all our product has been approved by FDA and GSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for all of them. You see, sometimes when you come for programs like this, you get an opportunity, and you should always be prepared. And they were prepared. Now the question to you is that next time, if there's an opportunity, will you be prepared? Are you preparing? So if I call any of you at random to come and tell me what you do, can you be able to sell yourself? At random? Are you sure? Okay, so this QR code is for the survey. So please take your phones and take your camera and scan it and take the survey and give us some feedback, okay? Before we get the presentation. Just take out your camera and scan and give us the feedback before we take the presentation from FDA. And I also noticed that a lot of the people who came to pitch, majority were women. And now this is the time for the woman, right? Okay, I'll see if I can give two guys the chance to also talk about what they do. Cool? Oh, cool, I didn't hear from the men. Oh, guys, are we all done with the survey? So just scan it and answer the questions in it for us, please. Okay, so at this point, have you all scanned it? Please, I need some feedback. Have you been able to scan? Have you been able to scan? So can we move on to the presentation? Are you sure you've scanned the survey? What's the first question on the survey? Which region did you join the AIA 2025 conference from? That's the first question. Is that the first question all of you got? Then we've scanned it. Thank you so much. So we are going to take the presentation from the FDA, and Jane is taking over. Please put your hands together for Jane.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry for any delays. My name is Jane Ba from the Food Evaluation and Registration Department of FDA. What we will be looking at is who FDA is, what FDA does, food registration, why it's important to register your food products, and why you need FDA registration and licensing, how we can help you, how FDA can help you, the requirements for licensing and the registration, the fee schedule, and then look at a few regulation of prepackaged foods and labeling information. FDA is an agency under the Ministry of Health, and it's mandated to regulate food, drugs, food supplements, medicines, everything. And what we do is we grant market authorization. So whatever we do is backed by law, and however we carry out our functions, duties are backed by law. Now, what we regulate, we also provide standards and guidelines, and also enforce the standards. Sorry. So we have registration, monitoring, guiding, and then we can also penalize you if you go according to the laws of the state. So when you go against the law, it's only a matter of time, because people come to register, license their facility, and still go back to do what they've been asked not to do. So what we do is that you can be fined, you can be prosecuted, and even imprisoned if you're not careful. Now, what binds us is the Public Health Act 851. So showing Part 7 of the Public Health Act, registration. It says that a person shall not. That means if you go against this law, you can be penalized, and there are consequences if you go against this law. You shall not manufacture, import, export, distribute, sell or supply food or expose food for sale unless it has been registered by the authority, FDA, that's Food and Drugs Authority. And what we do is that we also don't prevent importation of samples. So you can import some samples for registration, get your products registered, and then import the rest of the products. How do you register? You need to apply to the authority and then get the products registered together with their prescribed application fees. Okay. Let's move on. Why do you need your products registered? As I said, everything we do is backed by law. So it is unlawful to sell unregistered products. And also, registration improves consumer perception. I'm sure when they brought their products here, they have the confidence in what they are producing because they have been registered, and then they have good quality once you get the products registered. And also, it improves the quality, and customers are satisfied with whatever you are producing. You have the confidence in the products you are purchasing. And also, under FDA laws, you cannot advertise your products unless it is registered. So once your product is registered, then you can come to us for advertisements license. Registration also enhances international recognition. I'm sure when one of the panelists everybody was talking about exportation. Once you have registered your product, you have the confidence to export it. And as I said earlier, you cannot import without registration. So everything you want to import into Ghana, you have to come and register before you can import. Also, you cannot retail in all these recognized retail outlets unless you are registered with FDA. So as a manufacturer, why do you need FDA registration? First of all, it is backed by law. You can be prosecuted. It ensures that your product is safe, it's of good quality, you are equal among other manufacturers. You have the confidence to exhibit your work anywhere, any place, at any place. You can reach a wider market. Also, once you are growing, your products are registered, you can also employ people and also develop yourself. Once you are also registered, you are a stakeholder in every legislation process that is carried out. Sorry. Okay. So, what are some of the licenses for businesses, startups? First of all, we have food products registration. That means the products, example, what they brought here, they are products registration. What it undergoes is that you will register the product and license the facility. So we have food manufacturing facility license, feed, meat processing facility, hygiene permits, cold storage facility, food hygiene permits, street food vendors. So when you are going to buy food from the streets, if you are buying wache, your wache that you buy, you can check whether the seller has a street food permit. Now, how can we help you? We advise, we support, and then also guide you. Those are the things FDA can help you with. Now, when you come to our client service, they will take you through the registration process, your licensing process, and then give you a list of the requirements. And then also give you a list of lab tests that you are to carry out on your products. We also have a directorate, Food Industrial Support Services, where they guide you in the registration process. They can come to your facility. They will help you with the registration process, help you with the facility setup, develop your labels, and also guide in company policies, your standard operating procedures, your documents, every work instructions. They can help you with all those things and also help train your workers. So, for licensing, first of all, with FDA, everything you do, you come to FDA for, you need to register a business. So if you are here and you've not registered your business, you should quickly go and get your business registered. You need to register your business first of all, and then prepare the facility. That is, it could be your factory, warehouse, kitchen, restaurants, food vending facility, wherever. And then with that, you have to get the place clean, ensure that you are following the good manufacturing practices, your place is hygienic, you have good storage spaces, and also your documents and record keeping is intact. And also you have to get your staff to have good personal hygiene standards. With that, you have to go and take the food handler certificate. That's at your municipal assembly. And then give them protective clothing. With that, you ensure that their gloves, they wear gloves, their head is covered, their hair is covered, they have work apparel, buttoned, and ensure that their nails are clean, everything is intact before you can get the facility license and also get the staff trained. With FDA, you can bring the staff to FDA, or we invite us to the facility to come and get the staff trained as well. So get the facility license, get products laboratory test results, get products well packaged and labeled. Please hold on. Okay, yeah. So at FDA, we also have a scheme called Progressive Licensing Scheme, PLS, that we have running. It's for cottage industry only. So cottage businesses, that is for one person. You can start from your kitchen and then then upgrade up to wherever you want to upgrade to. So it's also for first-time FDA applicants, those who have not been to FDA before, and then you must have a product label. What we do is, we have a desk set up at FDA where we vet your labels before you even start your registration process. So you can bring the labels for it to be vetted and then get the registration process ongoing. Now, let's get to what we need for your registration requirements. First of all, I said you should have your business registered. So you should have a business registration certificate. You fill application forms and then apply through the CEO. First, and also you have to get your tests, you have to get some tests done on the products. That is, bring a certificate of analysis along. You bring your labels, and then you bring your samples. Then you bring the required registration fee, which is very, very cheap. These are the registration fees. So for cottage, that is for only one person. The employee is just one. The product registration is 300 cedis. That's for the 3 years. So every product registration is for 3 years, but the facility is annually. Every year you have to renew your facility license. I think the most important is the cottage for us. Okay. Now, what do you do? When you bring the products, what do? We vet the label and ensure that the products also meet some specifications, especially, example, if you have palm oil, we run Sudan dye tests because some people adulterate these products with dyes to make it look red. We have erythrocin. We also carry out tests in tomato paste, tomato products to ensure that they don't have erythrocin. And also, all these are cancer-causing agents anyway. We also ensure that the packaging suits the product. And also, what we know is that definitely your type of package also determine how long your product can stay. So we ensure that the packaging you are using suits the products you are producing, your products. We also ensure that there are absence of any hazards. It could be biological, that is insects, pests, microorganisms. We also ensure that the products you are bringing it's of good color. If you are bringing juice, the color shouldn't be off, it should be fresh external damages are not encouraged, and then the product is in good shape. For chemicals, for some of the products like farm produce, we also test for pesticide residues and also heavy metals in other products. And also we ensure that the product is of nutritional quality, good nutritional quality. But we should know that the nutrition labeling is not mandatory, but once you want it on the label, you have to ensure that you have the product. For now, only 4 are mandatory. That is the energy, protein, carbohydrates, and fats. Those are mandatory if you want to put nutrition label on nutrition, how do you call it? Nutritional information on your label. Okay. Yeah. Now let's come to the labeling. What should be on the label? First of all, you need to identify the food. What is the name of the product? Could be water. If you say it's water, the product should be water. If you say it's Kobe powder, it should be on the label that this is Kobe powder. Now, the list of ingredients. Everything you put in the products should be listed on the label. I know that some people want to protect their they have secret ingredients but for us, you have to ensure that everything you have in the product is on the label. Now, the net weight, net content should be on the label. So if it's water, volume, if it's Kobe powder, it should be in weight, something like that. So 50 grams, 40 grams, 500 mils, whatever. And then you have your use by or best before dates. That is very, very important. It should be on the label. And then the batch number also helps you trace your whatever batch, everything you are doing, it is traceable to something. So once you are working, you should also try and batch your products. It's very important. Now, when you come to the name, your name and exact location address, the name of the company, not your personal name. So the name of your company and the exact location address, which could be in the digital address or house or plot number, street name, town or city, should be on the label. And also, you could add your email, telephone numbers, and then anything else on the label. The country of origin. Sometimes people import from, let's say, Brazil, and then come and break bulk in Ghana. So you have to also indicate the country of origin. They can import seeds and come and package them into smaller containers in Ghana. So the country of origin should be on the label. And I also talked about nutrition labeling. It's not mandatory, but if you want it, you can also put it on the label. Allergen labeling, if it's applicable to what you are selling. And then the storage condition, very, very important. It should be on the label. Now, the label, the most important is that the label must be clear. It should be legible, prominent, and indelible. And it shouldn't be easily detachable from the container. Sometimes people will have their date markings on another paper on the label. That is also not acceptable. It should be part of the main label. Okay. Now, there are some claims that are permitted, and some are not, also are prohibited on the label. Concentrate on the permitted for now. Permitted, that means you can substantiate whatever is on the label. So if you say you have your nutrients, let's say you want to label you want to add your nutrition information on the label, there should be tests done, conducted on the product to substantiate whatever you are putting on the label. So you have energy, carbohydrates, fats, protein, salt, or sodium content, fat content, all of them on the label. So you must submit test reports to show that whatever you are claiming on the label is what is on it. Others have organic claim. Organic, it also has to be substantiated, because I don't know of any company that does the organic certification, but you can also ask around and get your farms or wherever you're sourcing your raw materials from organic, get their certification before you can even claim organic on your label. If it's halal, kosher, everything, food safety, quality management systems claim, all of them must be substantiated. But when you come to prohibited, when someone was talking about, is it Sobolo or something, and they mentioned it has health, something, I've forgotten, I wasn't listening properly. But I heard something about giving health benefits. Those ones are not allowed on labels because no one food you cannot claim any health benefits from just taking a spoon, or let's say one cup of a drink. It's impossible. And some of them too, there are some claims that you need to back them with a lot of data. So why waste, why if you can get all the data, fine. If not, why do you want to claim them on your label? Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Please, if you have any question, you can ask.
Hello? Okay. Do we have any questions for Jane? Any hands up? Okay. So the cottage industry, you said it should employ one person.
Yes, please.
But what if I'm doing it at home and my sister and my wife and my children want to support me? Does it make me a small business or cottage?
Thank you very much. Madam, please. Please, my name is Solomon. I want to ask, how do you trace from the market or to the level of consumers, how, if the company or the producers are doing the right thing? The reason why I'm asking is that I bought a local medicine, and I know that, yes, drug. I know that the thing is, it was a capsule, but they've written on it, shake before use. So it means, they use the tonic label to do the capsules. So I want to know how does the FDA goes to the market to trace these ones, because I know for the factories you can go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, there's a hand up behind you. Just keep passing the mic. Do you want to answer this before you take the next one?
Yeah, sure. What we do is we have what we've noticed is that some people come to register, let's say, this product, and then go back and do something else on the label. But we have post-market departments, post-market surveillance departments. They go around. So if you have such products, you can always alert us, and then we will go for them. But the thing is, tracing. Once we come to your facility, before we get your facility licensed, there should be a record of where you sourced your materials from. Where you sourced your materials from. So from, if you are, let's say you are producing Kobe, where you get your Kobe from, you should keep records of those people, the list of your vendors. You should also get a record of where you even get your containers that you use to package from. All those are looked at before you even start. But the thing is, people also copy what others are doing. This one, I would probably say they copied someone's label or something, because they saw it on someone's label and then put it on theirs. Example, someone put pork, someone packaged pork for registration and then put halal claim on it. How can you put halal on pork? You see, when he was asked, he said, oh, he saw it on someone's label. So that is what is going on. They think, or when they go for their when they go for their artwork to be done for them, they just put things on them, but you should ensure that it's yours. You must claim whatever is on the label. Ensure it's a legal document as well. So ensure that whatever is on the label, you can back it. That's all.
And shake before you use wine.
Hello, my name is Pascal Awenja Paul Tagbiel. My question has to do with the influx of so many products in our social media space, some of which are not, some of which raise concerns as to their safetiness. Most of them have to do with female health products and among other things. I don't know whether it's within the jurisdiction of the FDA to regulate those things, and what specifically are they doing about it? Thank you.
Thank you. So pass the mic to the back. There's a lady up there, all the way to the back, and there's a lady here. We'll take the answer before we take your question, okay?
So, we have people in charge of just moving from one social media to another. That we look out for all those people. So if we see any adverts or anything being advertised on social media and it's against the person, it hasn't been registered, or it's against some of the laws and regulations, they can be picked up. So if you are advised that such things, you should also inform FDA, and then we will take them up.
So my question is that I've been going to FDA for a very long time, and I'm not the only one having this issue. If you also have similar issue, please raise your hand. So the issue is that when it comes to the label, FDA will stress you for label for close to 3 months. And if you look at the startups product, this lady was showing her product. The label is very accurate, but you go to the market and see the bigger brands on the market, and their labels are anyhow. They don't have right information on the labels, but they are producing in large quantities and no one is stressing them. But we, the small startups, are being stressed to be able to even get our labels done before we can proceed to submit our samples. And another issue is that concerning FDA again. So some of us, the startup, we have series of products, and these products, we use one to sell the other, and you cannot go with one. But FDA ensures that we get FDA for each product, right? So
I don't.
So some of us have variety of products, and we use other products to sell the other ones in order to keep ourselves in business. So, but we are also asked to get individual FDA for each product that we produce from our facility. But whenever we have one FDA, getting the other one, sometimes you combine the two to go, but one will come and leave the other. And if you don't comply with getting the FDA before you sell, it becomes an issue. And if you put the other number on the other product, it becomes another issue. And there are a lot of people too that are doing that on the market. They use one FDA for like 10 products. But I've been tracing that, I've been seeing that a lot of times whenever I buy a product. But till now, the products are still selling without FDA doing anything about it. But some of us who are trying to be compliant, we are always scared to bring a new product that is not having the FDA. But others are doing it. Using one FDA for 10 products, for about 3 years here, I've been seeing like 2-3 brands that are still doing it, and there is nothing done about it. So how do you trace that? Thank you.
Jane, can I help you? Oh, yeah. I want to help Jane before she helps herself. If you see a product being sold without approval from the FDA, I think you should report it to the FDA. Because you also have to help the FDA to regulate the market by reporting people we know are doing the wrong thing, right? That's what I think as a layperson. Definitely. Now you can continue.
But I'm not clear about bigger brands going against flouting some of the rules. Maybe if you could explain further or ask.
our markets that should have their labels in English. Okay? That sometimes they have labels in other languages that we cannot read. I think all those are some of the infractions she's referring to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Definitely. So with that one, definitely, probably they have not come for registration, because definitely if you are coming for registration, the label should be in English. That's a requirement. So with that, probably post-market surveillance, or when you get such things, you can also come to FDA or bring them to FDA. Also, the question, what was your first question?
The challenges they have in getting multiple products registered.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, let's say because you're into agriculture, I'll use juice for example. If you have, let's say you produce mango juice, pineapple juice, watermelon, whatever, you can, because they are considered as variants when you come to FDA. So you can have one registration number for those ones because they are single ingredients. So you can have mango juice, pineapple juice, watermelon juice from the same company, but they have one registration number because they are considered as variants of the other. So let's say if you have registered your pineapple juice, you can come and add on to with your watermelon, pineapple, whatever. But then, if you are adding anything else, let's say some people will choose to add ginger or add another fruit to it. Those ones, they are registered under they will get a different registration number. So you may get different registration, the same registration number on different products. Those are allowed.
We'll take the last one from the top. You also have a question. Jane will give you an email address and contact to her office. So if you want to, I don't want us to lose out on that because some people's buses are here, right? So your question, and we'll take the answer.
Hello, Jane. My name is Eunice. So my question is, I know FDA has created an online platform where people can do the application. But in your submission, you indicated filling application forms and stuff. So can I walk in there with a hard copy application form and I won't be stressed? I won't be asked to go back and go and fill an online form before coming.
Okay.
Then the second question is, how long, if I bring a food product to FDA, how long does it take for FDA to process it and give me my certificate? Thank you.
Thank you. So please move the mic forward for me.
Thank you very much. For FDA registration, food products, it takes 30 working days for it to be processed. But then we have started a new registration process where you can go online and start fill in the forms and then get your products registered. But with the startups, especially those who come under the PLS, they can walk in with their products application form and then get the products registered. It's for cottage, but once you want to go under you want to go under the PLS, you can walk in with your business, your application form, and it will be registered. Okay.
So we take the last one.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Uro Salim Mohammed, graduate in International Cooperation at Genoa University in Italy. I research at University of Ghana, Legon. So I came late. I just came right now, 15 minutes ago. But what I saw agricultural innovation for Africa. I want to ask a question. The climate change is storming all the world. What is the impact on agriculture? Climate change impact on agriculture. Because I see the agricultural innovation for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. So the impact of climate change on agri. This session is for FDA, so I don't think I can allow Jane to answer that question. But tomorrow, we'll have sessions on the impact of climate change on agric. But what I can generally say is that because of climate uncertainties, we cannot even plan properly as to when to plant, when to harvest. We have an increase in pests in certain areas, and it's a lot of different things affecting agric. So we all need to work together to fight climate change, to restore balance to the earth, so that we can leave a better earth for future generations. So I believe that Jane has done a very good job. Any final words for us, Jane?
Okay, first of all, you can go to the website, our website, and get our forms. Every form you need, you can go to the website and get them. I also printed some out. I'll leave them with the coordinators if they want to. If you want to make photocopies or get them, you can also see them for them.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Jane. Wow. Thank you so much, Jane. And Jane, so you have regional offices, right? You have regional offices in all the regions. So when we go to your website, you can find the locations of your regional offices for. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are wrapping up for today. It's been a long but very, very, very good day for all of us, hasn't it? And tomorrow we are beginning at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. tomorrow in this same auditorium. But before we leave, we have Dr. Louisa Sawyer here. Doc, are you going to give us the wrap-up today, or we are doing it tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, Dr. Sawyer will give us a wrap of today. She'll put everything together and give us a recap of what we've done today. But let me tell you a bit of how tomorrow is going to go. Tomorrow we have a lot of things happening. And as I said earlier, tomorrow we have the World Food Program here. When we start tomorrow, Louisa will give us a recap of today and introduce tomorrow to us. And then we have Sangu Dele, Chairman of Golden Palm Investments, talking to us about the meeting points, investors and entrepreneurs, and he'll be sharing his perspectives. It's a very, very important conversation. If you are looking to do business, this is one you cannot miss. Then we'll have presentations on building resilient food systems in the face of climate change. The first one will be by the veterinary and public health experts with the FAO in Ghana, Garba Ahmed. And the second one will be by Stephen Inshira Odatefio, Head of Food Systems at the WFP, World Food Program. And then we'll go into the panel discussions. We have digital tools transforming food and agric. And we also have another panel on adding value, food processing for domestic and export markets. It's also a very, very important conversation. And we will have summary of the key highlights, recommendations, and have another master class on food preservation and storage techniques for MSMEs. So that's how tomorrow is going to be. But importantly, we'll have the deal room from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. We'll have the deal room from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., okay? And tomorrow's theme is building sustainable tech-enabled food enterprises. So tomorrow is going to be a good day, and we hope to see all of you here tomorrow. Make sure you bring your name tags, okay? And maybe we should project the survey one more time for those who are not able to complete it before we wrap up. Can we have the survey on the screen? Whilst we wait for that, let's say a big thank you to KIC for putting this together. A round of applause for KIC. And thank you to our sponsors, Kosmos Energy, Accra, Complete Pharma, Coliplast, FVV Foods, New Age, Promasidor, and our partners, FDA, GSA, CSIR, and the African Skills Hub. And thank you to our sign language interpreters. Thank you so much. When we're kids growing up in Kumasi, we used to go for sign language class. And the man who was here earlier, Mr. Ankoma, was our sign language teacher. So I still remember a few things. What is your name? So what is your name? I don't remember the spelling though. But I know A, B, C. I need to go for refresher courses. So thank you. Please put your hands together for them. They've done a good job. They've done a good job. Yes, so that's the survey. Kindly scan it and give us some feedback. The first 100 people who will scan it right now and give us feedback, I'll give you hampers from KIC. First 100 people. The survey. Oh, you've all done it. All of you. Marco, have they all done it? Okay, we'll do it again tomorrow. So don't worry, we'll do it again tomorrow. So please put your hands together for yourselves for being here as well. Thank you so much. My name is Kojo. We'll be here tomorrow, but now we are going out for the networking session, and we also have the various businesses exhibiting. So let me just share some of the names of the businesses so you know what to look out for once you go out there. We have, please give me a second. Please give me a second. We have a lot of businesses out there. I want to mention some of the names so that you know what to look out for when you go. We have Complete Farmer out there. We have the KIC stand out there. We have the EVV stand, EVV Rice. We have Promasidor, Coliplast, Black Secrets, Seco Chocolate. We have Fortune Coffee. You should try that. If you want mechanization, RST Machinery is there. I remember building a rice mill, and RST supplied all the machines and set them up and trained us. They're a very good mechanization company. We have Sonagro Fertilizers. We have Casted Glue, Greeno Paco, Healthy 101. We have Kwe Baba. We have Dream Career International Limited, Green Hat, Horticulture Business Challenge, Cyprus Enterprise, Honey Palace, and Viada Enterprise. So you can go and see what they have, and you can also buy some of their stuff. Thank you all very much. We meet tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. sharp in here. So you should be here by 8:30. So we organize ourselves through registration and be seated by 9. Enjoy the rest of the evening. God bless you. Yes, please. Tomorrow your question will be answered. But I thought I attempted to answer it a little bit. But tomorrow it will be answered fully. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. to about 2 p.m. 9, yeah. Okay, thank you.